Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. This happened when I was in college, working for our campus newspaper. I wasn't anything special there, just one of the editors who stayed late more than I probably should have. It was a role that I started off thinking it'll be a few hours a week, and then suddenly I'm the person locking up at night because no one else wants to stay that late. Our office was in the oldest building on campus. It had been there long before anything else. What I can say is that it always felt colder than it should, no matter the time of year. There was a story about it, too. Everyone knew it, even if no one really talked about it seriously. During the Civil War, the building had been used as a hospital for Union soldiers. Temporarily, from what I understood, but long enough that a number of men died there. And supposedly, some of them just never left. I never really believed that. It's one of those things people said to make the place feel older than it already did, setting up spooky stories for an atmosphere that's just naturally perfect for spooky sounds. All in good fun, I assume. Easy to think until something happens to you. I was finishing up a layout in the media center, which sat toward the back of the building. It was one of the last rooms that you'd pass before the hallway turned toward a rear exit. By the time I wrapped up, it was pretty late, later than even I thought it was. It was quiet, but it usually is at night. I shut down my computer, packed my bag, grabbed my keys, but I felt that unshakable awareness suddenly that I wasn't alone. There wasn't a sound or footsteps, it was just a feeling. I told myself that it was nothing, that I'd just been there too long, and I was tired. My brain was filling the silence in with something that it didn't need to. Still, I turned and looked toward the hallway. Empty. The lights were still on out there, casting that gold-yellow glow down the length of the corridor. No movement or shadows, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. More focused. I decided that I didn't want to leave alone. I grabbed my phone and called campus security. I tried to sound as normal as possible, like I was just being cautious because it was late. The officer on the other end didn't question it, just said that he'd head over to meet me at the parking lot entrance. That made me feel a little bit better. At least I had somewhere to go. I slung my bag over my shoulder, grabbed my keys, and headed toward the door. There were 2 exits from the media center. One led directly into the main hallway. The other cut through a smaller side corridor that connected to the same place, just a few feet down. I don't know why, but I hesitated before choosing, like it mattered, like one of them was wrong. I shook it off and walked toward the closer door, the one that opened directly into the hallway. There was a small window in it, just enough to see out before you step through. I reached for the handle, and I saw a man. He was close enough that if I had opened the door, I would have been face to face with him. He was just staring straight at me through the glass. He was dressed in something old, not a costume, just old. A dark coat, and on his head a blue cap, flat, slightly rounded, sitting low. I didn't really know what it was at the time, not really. I thought I was seeing a man, but I remember thinking it wasn't quite a man. Familiar in a way I couldn't place, but not right. What I did notice, what I took away, was his eyes. They started normal, but they became black. Not dark colored, just black, like there was nothing behind them. I remember freezing, not opening the door. It's hard to say how long I stood there like that, how long we stood there. Me on one side of the door, him on the other. He never reacted. He didn't blink or move, just watched or stared. Something about that, the way that he was standing there, like he'd been there before I even got to the door. I suddenly realized that he wasn't passing by or lost. He wasn't even there in the same way that a normal person would be there. I decided I didn't want to disrupt whatever was happening there, but I needed to move. I decided to back away, slowly at first, but then faster, turning and heading for the other exit. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he had moved or if he was still there. I just went out the corridor, into the main hall, and straight toward the rear exit that led to the parking lot. The whole time, I felt it again. That same awareness, but now it wasn't just that I wasn't alone. It was that something knew exactly where I was, or was possibly aware of me. I pushed through the door, and I stepped outside. The cold air was nice. For a second, everything felt normal. Like I had just imagined the entire thing. The officer was already pulling up when I got there. He stepped out of the car, took one look at me and asked if I was okay, wondering if I was going to be sick. I must have looked pale. I don't know what came over me, but I told him what I saw. I tried to explain it as clearly as I could, where the man was in the building, what he was wearing, the way he looked at me. When I mentioned the cap, he paused, just slightly. He told me that he would definitely go in and check it out before we went back. But he wanted me to know that I wasn't the first one to report exactly that. I just stared at him, but he went on, like it was just information he'd given out before. Said to be one of the soldiers, he said to me, from when this place was used as a hospital. He glanced back toward the building and then added almost casually, he likes to walk. I asked him, what? And he said, people see him going up and down the sidewalk out front, like he's still on watch or marching. I didn't spend as many late nights in that building, not after that. I wasn't exactly afraid, but it was uneasy. Who likes to work under those conditions? I was definitely never alone. I stopped laughing off the stories after that too, just agreeing with them instead. Because seeing as security never found anybody in the building, I guess what I saw wasn't just passing through. It was exactly where it was supposed to be and had been seen many times before. But I can't shake the feeling that if I'd opened that door, it wouldn't have moved. It would have just been there. He would have been there. And what would have happened? I don't know. But I was certainly too chicken to ever find out. I'm not from Massachusetts. I moved to the South Shore about 6 months ago for a job in logistics. Honestly, there hasn't been much time to learn the local flavor. To me, the Freetown State Forest was just a massive green patch on Google Maps where I could let my dog Cooper run and let off some steam. Cooper is a 70-pound golden retriever mix. He's not a fighter, but he is fearless, or he used to be. We were about 2 miles in, following a trail that looked like it hadn't been maintained since the 90s. Cooper was about 20 yards ahead of me, nose to the ground, doing his usual routine, and then he stopped. He didn't bark or growl, he just went real rigid, his tail tucked between his legs. I walked up to him thinking maybe he'd found a porcupine or a coyote. I looked where he was staring, about 30 feet ahead, near the base of a massive lightning-scarred oak. There was something bouncing. That's the only word that I have for it because it doesn't even quite fit itself, but what else? It was white, a sickly, translucent white, like the color of a mushroom that's been growing under a log. It was small, maybe knee-high, and it was bobbing up and down in front of the tree, but it wasn't touching the ground. It was just hovering 6 feet off of the pine needles, moving with this jerky, rhythmic motion that looked like a corrupted video file. My brain tried to make it a plastic bag that was caught in the wind, and then a white owl, but it had mass. It had shape, vaguely humanoid, but hunched and small, spindly, grayish limbs tucked in close to its bloated torso. It didn't really have a face that I could see, just a smooth, pale surface, maybe where features could have been. "Cooper, come," I whispered. My voice felt like nothing, but it was enough to make the thing stop bouncing, turning. It didn't have a neck, it just rotated its entire upper body towards us. In an instant, the energy had changed. Cooper the dog, who was afraid of the vacuum cleaner, suddenly snapped. He let out a snarl, one I'd never heard before. It was deep and guttural, and then he charged. I screamed, "Cooper, no." He reached the tree in seconds, but the white thing didn't scramble away like an animal would. It glided. It moved backward into the deeper brush with this effortless, floating speed, like it was being pulled by an invisible wire. It stayed exactly 3 feet ahead of Cooper, almost like it was playing a game. I took off after them, screaming his name. I pushed through a wall of scrub pine, branches tearing at my jacket, but they were fast. I'd see a flash of gold fur and then a flash of this nauseating, bobbing white light, and then nothing. The woods were dead. I ran until my lungs burned, calling for him, whistling until my throat was raw. I looked for tracks, but the pine needles don't hold prints well. I spent 40 minutes wandering in circles, and the panic was starting to set in. The sun was dropping fast, and the triangle, a name I'd later learned to hate, was turning pitch black. I was standing in a small clearing about to call 911 when I heard a whimper. I turned my flashlight toward a dense thicket of briars, and there was Cooper. He wasn't trapped. He was wedged. He'd shoved himself so far into a hollow under a fallen log that I had to grab his hind legs and basically haul him out. He was shaking, so much I could hear his little teeth chattering. He was covered in mud and burrs, but he didn't have a scratch on him, not a bite mark or a claw wound. But his eyes were wide, darting. He wouldn't look at the woods. He just pressed his head into my chest and let out this long, low moan. I didn't stay to investigate. I carried that 70-pound dog half a mile back to the car. The weirdest part, less scary and traumatizing, was when I got home. I was brushing the needles out of Cooper's fur, and I found something stuck to his collar. It wasn't a burr. It was this small, hand-carved piece of stone. It looked almost like an arrowhead, but it was made of a dark, oily rock that I'd never seen before. And it was tied to a piece of what looked like braided hair. I threw it in the trash. I didn't want it in the house, and now the panic feelings were coming back. I had my dog and I was grateful, but what the hell else did we bring home? I looked up the area online a few days later because who would be able to get that out of their brain? I was thinking that maybe this was some sort of escaped exotic pet or there was some weird local cult. But then I saw sketches of the Pukwudgie, the little people of the forest. That gray-white skin, ability to disappear and reappear, tendency to lure dogs and people into deep brush, only to leave them terrified and lost. I don't go to Freetown anymore. There's plenty of other places to go. I take Cooper to a fenced-in dog park in the suburbs now because that's where he's happy. It's boring and light is always bright. There's no twisted pine trees or strange puguchis. I know a lot of people don't believe in that stuff, but I guess you gotta see it to believe it. Cooper still won't go near the back door after sunset. Sometimes he'll stand in the kitchen and stare at the window, his hackles raising, watching something that I feel like I can't see, something just outside of reach of the porch light. He's a goodest boy, but this was traumatizing to both of us, to say the least. And there's really no explanation besides folklore. So, do with it what you will. This happened a little over 20 years ago, and I still think about it. More often than I'd like to. Usually it comes back when I'm walking somewhere alone at night, or when something feels slightly off and I can't name why. Some part of me is still there, on that stretch of road, listening. I stopped trying to fully explain it. What happened doesn't fit anywhere that feels rational, and I've made my peace with that. I'd been at a friend's small gathering, the ones that wind down slowly, people peeling off in pairs. I ended up sharing a cab home with 2 other girls, which was just how things worked back then. No ride shares or live location sharing. You got dropped where it was convenient and walked the rest of the way. They let me out about a half a mile from my apartment. It was a college town, so the route would have felt familiar. These low brick buildings, patches of open lawn, streetlights that create more shadows than light. Most nights there were still people out, somewhere walking a bike, a couple cutting across the quad, the ambient hum of a place that never fully went to sleep. But that night the street was quiet in a way I hadn't felt. It was less like peace and more like absence. Like the usual noise had simply been turned down and then off. I started walking, going over the evening in my head, ready to be home. And then something shifted. There wasn't a sound I heard, nothing I could point to. There was this sudden awareness that the space behind me had changed. I slowed slightly, not enough to be obvious, but I was just listening. There were footsteps, a few paces back, keeping my rhythm almost exactly. I didn't turn around, and I still can't really fully explain why. Maybe instinct. Maybe some animal part of me understood that turning would change something, confirm something, and then there'd be no pretending I hadn't noticed. So I kept walking, and now I was aware of everything. The gaps between buildings, the distance to my door, how far my voice would carry if I screamed. I remember thinking, run, scream, do something. That's what you're supposed to do. And then something interrupted that thought. Not another thought, something different in quality, different in texture. Calm where I was not calm, unhurried where every nerve in my body was firing. Don't run, the voice said. I kept walking, but I'd gone still inside. Don't scream, keep walking, this internal voice said again. I can't explain how I knew that it wasn't my own thinking, but I did. The way you know the difference between your voice and someone else's in a dark room. It didn't come from fear or adrenaline. It came from somewhere steady, somewhere that had a vantage point that I didn't have. And I listened, which, looking back, is the part that startles me, that I didn't question it or argue. I didn't spiral into doubting myself. I just listened to the voice more intently than anything, while still listening to the footsteps. And they were getting closer, not matching my pace anymore, gaining. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to turn, to do something. But each time the voice came back through, It was level and clear. Keep walking. You're safer that way. For now. Keep going. Safe was not what I felt, but there was something in the way that it was said. Not necessarily comforting, but true. It just made me trust it over everything else that I was feeling. And then something else changed. This is the part that I guess I have the hardest part describing. The air around me felt different, dense, almost like I was moving through a space that had been closed off, and whatever was behind me was on the other side of something I couldn't see. The footsteps were close. I knew they were close, but they didn't feel as close as they should have. Finally, my building was ahead. Not far, but it felt far enough. Then the voice shifted. Now. Now. Scream. Call for Maya. Now. No explanation. For the first time that whole walk, I moved without thinking about it first. I just screamed, louder than I knew that I even could. I called Maya's name over and over, running the last stretch to the entrance. And that's when the footsteps behind me, they stopped being careful. Whatever had been back there decided that it didn't need to hide anymore. I could hear it running fast. I felt a hand around my neck before I processed what was happening. It was hard, pulling me backward and stopping me completely. And then voices, real ones. Maya, another voice, shouting, movement, hands pulling him off of me, everything at once. I found out afterward that Maya had been in our apartment that night, studying late. She'd just opened the window, and she'd heard me immediately and ran straight out. The first person that she ran into on the way down was campus security, who'd been doing a routine walk of our building. They both reached me in time. I've turned that night over and over in my head many times, more than I can count. I've tried adrenaline, heightened instinct, dissociation, the brain doing strange things under extreme stress. Those explanations get me partway there, and then stop. They don't account for timing. They don't account for the fact that if I'd run when I first felt that something was wrong, if I'd screamed 2 blocks earlier, I would have been too far away. No one would have heard me. Something knew that. Something knew exactly when the window was open. I don't hear that voice anymore. I never have again. And I don't think that I was supposed to hear it again. I think it was only ever there for that one stretch of road, that one night, that one moment where the margin between fine and not fine was razor thin. I don't know what to call what happened. I just know I listened, and I'm here. I've had some arguably terrifying events in my life happen, but the most unsettling was just a few years ago. We haven't really had any paranormal activity in our apartment the last 10 years outside of whatever you want to call this, so I found it strange. I'm in the kitchen doing my work thing, and I've got to grab something from the office. I go down the hall, and I see my wife sitting on the bed in our bedroom. I'm in a hurry, so I go, "Hey, babe," and just go print my shipping label or whatever. She didn't say anything back, so I thought she just didn't hear me. I do my thing, and then I walk out, and I see her sitting on the bed, facing the door, just staring as I pass by. I had something on the stove, so I just kept doing my thing. I eventually needed something, so I yelled really loud so she could hear me down the hall, like 8 feet away. I hear her go, "Jesus Christ, I'm right here. What do you want?" I ask how she got from the bedroom to the kitchen so quickly. And she said that she was in the living room working the whole time. I grabbed a bat and I went to confront whatever was in the bedroom. But, of course, there was nothing there. I didn't get much sleep for the next few days. It still kind of messes me up when I talk about it. I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw. Whatever was sitting on the bed, it looked like her, but it wasn't. So it couldn't have been human. I'm dead, if you're reading this. If I'm not, then stop now. All right, then. As it seems, you are the lucky recipient of my property on Desmond Street. All my grandchildren used to ask me if my house had ghosts, be it the architecture or its isolated location. Each of you asked me at least once. I always found that amusing. Children have a way of sensing things long before they understand them. Well, here we are, all these years later, and now one of you has inherited not only the home, but the truth of it as well. Your suspicions were correct. The house and the property are indeed haunted. This land has been in our family for generations. The spirits that reside here are your family. Like it or not, they are now your housemates. Myself included. Yes, I do expect that I'll be there before you arrive. Now, don't let that diminish your excitement. For the most part, you won't notice us. Life in that house has always had a way of continuing on, despite everything else. There are, however, a few things you should understand. Under no circumstances are you to sell this property. This is not simply a home. It's an inheritance in the truest sense. Generations of your relatives still reside here, and we intend to continue that tradition. One day, you'll write your own letter, just like this one, to the next grandchild in line. You must live on the property full-time. You'll notice lights turning on by themselves from time to time. That, unfortunately, is not unusual, but the wiring in the house is old, and it's a fire hazard. Do not ignore it. Turn off lamps when you leave a room. Practical concerns still apply, even in a place like this. I would also suggest you familiarize yourself with ley lines. The land the house sits on, it holds a great deal of energy, and not everything you experience there will be familial. Some things pass through. Make sure the windows are latched before the sun fully sets. In the summer, the house will grow warm at night. If you're desperate for a draft, use the attic window, but only that one. And be mindful, if you hear anything climbing along the exterior wall, you'll have time to close it. Use that time. This new arrangement will take some getting used to. You'll hear things. Bumps, soft movements, the occasional shifting where there should be none. In time, you'll learn which sound belongs to us and which don't. You may decorate the house as you like. I encourage it. Make it your own, but don't alter anything foundational. Major renovations tend to agitate the older spirits. Your grandfather Eddie learned that the hard way. After he bent the entrance gates with his car, he insisted something followed him inside, choked him, threw him down the stairs. I cannot confirm that exactly as he described it, but I will say this. There are moments in that house when you feel you're being watched very closely. Pay attention to those moments. They rarely are without reason. If you smoke, don't smoke inside. You'll find it nearly impossible to light a cigarette anyway. Matches go out as though someone is standing just behind you, blowing them out the moment they spark. Candles, however, will stay lit. Make of that what you will. Now, there's one thing that I was warned of when I inherited the house, and though I've never encountered it myself, I would be remiss not to pass it along to you. My grandfather wrote of a man with 2 silver teeth. The man is not one of us. He's not tied to the house, nor the land in any way that benefits you. He's something else entirely. He will attempt to deceive you to gain entry. He's taken different forms: an old woman in need of help, a lost dog, even something as small as a presence that's familiar enough to trust. Do not trust him. If you are outside and you encounter him, be polite. Do not run. Do not turn your back to him. If you make eye contact, you must not break it until you've reached the safety of the house. Move steadily. Use your feet to clear anything in your path if you must, but do not rush. He cannot enter unless invited, but outside, he's not bound by the same rules. Again, these are not my experiences, but there is an account, years before my time, of someone finding a small dog near the patio fence during a storm. It appeared frightened, shivering, pitiful. But when they looked closer, they noticed something glinting in its mouth. The moment they saw it, the dog stopped trembling. It looked up at them, not like an animal, but something even more aware. The smile presented 2 silver teeth. I tell you this not to frighten you, but to prepare you. And I'll also tell you this: in the 46 years I lived in that house, I never encountered him. So, don't let your thoughts dwell there any longer than necessary. There is very little that you need to fear if you carry yourself properly. Leave soot in the fireplace and from time to time, check for blackened footprints. If you see them, don't clean them immediately. Follow them first. Banshees are drawn to places like ours. The energy, the lineage, it attracts them, especially when new souls take up residence. They are not kind, but they are not without reason. If you encounter one, acknowledge it. Do not show fear. This is your home. These are your ancestors. If they recognize you as a keeper, a protector, they will move on. And that, above all else, is what you must remember. You are not powerless here. You are the continuation of everything that came before you. You are the creator of your reality. You are your own God. Do not let fear take that from you. Refuse it. Burn bright, my dear. I'll see you soon. Love, Grandma Mabel. Both my mom and I have what people like to call gifts. I don't really like that word. It makes it sound neat, organized, like something you unwrap and enjoy. But it's really not. It's more like you notice things you're not supposed to notice, and then you spend the rest of your life trying to decide whether to acknowledge them or pretend that you don't. In our case, we never really had the option to ignore it. Our house itself isn't what I'd call haunted, at least not in the traditional sense. Nothing ever felt stuck there. No one was trapped, no repeating patterns, no one trying to get our attention. It just wasn't that kind of place. It was worse, honestly. Things just passed through constantly. I'm not exaggerating when I say there were spirits moving through that house all the time. Some stayed for minutes, some lingered a bit longer, but there was always something coming and going. The hallway upstairs was the worst of it. That's where they gathered, or passed through, or watched. It depended. Most of them weren't friendly. Not aggressive in a way that made you fear for your life, but not welcoming either. They had that same energy that you'd feel if you walked into a room where you clearly weren't supposed to be. You weren't in danger, but you weren't wanted. So you learned to move through that space without acknowledging them. That was just normal. That said, There was a time when something actually lived there. When we first moved into the house, there were two spirits that didn't pass through. They stayed. The first was an older woman. You never really saw her clearly, but you didn't need to. You could smell her rosewater perfume. It wasn't faint either. It would fill a room out of nowhere, strong enough that you'd stop and look around, expecting to see something or someone standing there. It wasn't unpleasant, just very present. She never did anything else, though. No movement or interactions, just a smell. Like she existed in that one sense and nowhere else. The second one was different. He was stronger, not in a threatening way, but in a way that made everything else feel quieter when he was around. He mostly stayed upstairs, and he walked constantly, back and forth down the hallway. You'd hear the floorboards creaking at night, steady, unhurried, like someone pacing with purpose. I guess it should have been unnerving, and sometimes it was, but after a while it just became part of the house, like pipes or wind, just something that you lived with. What made him different, though, was how he interacted with me. I was a kid at the time, and for whatever reason, he paid attention to me. I never saw him the way you see a person. No details, no face. He was just a shadow. A tall, easily over 6 feet, maybe 6'5", broad but not bulky, just solid. Defined enough that you could tell that he was there, even without light. And he would stand in my room, not often enough that I'd expect it, but enough that it became familiar. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, no particular reason, just that sudden awareness that you get sometimes. And about a quarter of the time, he'd be there, at the foot of my bed, or by the door, just watching. Not moving, not approaching, just there. And I know how that sounds. I know how it should feel. But I never felt scared of him. This was definitely a case of feeling watched over, protected, in a way that didn't feel intense, just steady. Like he had decided that that was his role, and that was that. Looking back, I think that's what set him apart from everything else. The other things that came through the house, they gave off the same uncomfortable, uncertain energy as each other. But they didn't come into my room. They couldn't, I guess. I don't really say that lightly. They would come right up to the doorway, stop, and that was it. No matter what kind of energy they had, hostile, curious, indifferent, they never crossed that threshold. They'd just stand there or pass by, but never enter. The only exception I can remember was him. And once, my grandmother, after she passed. There's also one other spirit that checks in occasionally, every few months or so. Friendly, quiet, nothing out of place, but beyond that, nothing. It's like something in that room had been set, defined, and everything else just respected it. I just know that after he started appearing, things changed, subtly, but noticeably. The room felt closed off in the best possible way, contained. Eventually, my mom helped him move on. I say helped because that's the best way I can describe it. She didn't force anything, just recognized that it was time, I guess. I wasn't thrilled about it. Out of everything in that house, he was the one presence I actually liked. And after he was gone, the hallway felt louder again. What's interesting is that for years, I had no idea who or what he was. He was just there, part of the house, part of my childhood in a strange way. Until about maybe 2 months ago, we got a letter in the mail addressed to the original owner of the house, which, by itself, isn't that unusual. Old properties get misdirected mail all the time, but It had been a long time, and this one was from the NFL. That got my attention, so I looked him up. Turns out the original owner of the house had been an NFL player, played in the late 70s, died in 1990. When I saw the picture of him, I actually just sat there for a second, because it did click almost immediately. The height, the build. It wasn't exact, obviously, because I never saw his face, but it didn't need to be. It matched in a way that wasn't coincidental. I realized that the thing that had been pacing our hallway, that stood in my doorway, that protected me, it wasn't just something passing through. He had lived there, before us, and for a while, with us. Even now, after all these years, I can't decide if what I remember most is the fact that he was there, or the fact that out of everything else that ever came through that house, he was the only one that ever made it feel like somewhere I was supposed to be. Either way, he's one of the good ones, and that's why I wanted to share this story. This happened in the early 70s when I was about 7 years old, and it's something that my mom talked about for years, just in a matter-of-fact kind of way. Like it happened and that was that. But it stuck with me. We just moved to St. Simon's Island, Georgia. At the time, it was Ebo Landing. My parents had bought this beautiful house that sat right on the bend of the river. I remember that part clearly. The way the water curved around the property. How open everything felt compared to where we lived before. It felt like something out of a magazine at that age. The move itself, even from my perspective, was a bit chaotic. My dad had to stay behind for work, so my mom drove down with her best friend, who brought her daughter along. Between them, there were 4 of us kids. Me, my sister, her friends, 2 girls, all crammed into the car for a 3-hour drive south. The plan was pretty simple. Get to the house, get settled in, and wait for furniture to arrive. Only the furniture didn't make it. I remember that pretty clearly. So the first night, we all slept on the floor. My mom and her friend took the master bedroom, which was on the first floor, and the rest of us were set up in another bedroom on the opposite side of the house. I remember it feeling like an adventure at the time. Sleeping bags, blankets, whispering to each other until we fell asleep. Nothing about that night felt strange, at least not to us. And so, what I remember is my mom's story. And it wasn't until years later that I heard what actually happened. Sometime in the middle of the night, my mom woke up. She didn't know what time it was. There were no clocks set up. But she said the house was completely still. There was no noise even coming from outside. But then she heard footsteps. Not faint, heavy, deliberate footsteps directly above her, back and forth. She said at first she thought maybe one of us had gotten up and somehow ended up upstairs. She began thinking she should get up and check. Then she heard her friend woke up too. She heard it immediately. Before my mom could even say anything, her friend whispered, "Do you hear that?" And then, underneath the footsteps, something else. It was a dragging sound, like metal on wood, like something heavy being pulled slowly across the floor. My mom said that that's when she felt this deep sinking feeling in her stomach. When something just isn't unfamiliar, it's unsettling. There was no phone in the house yet, no neighbors close enough to call out to, and no one else was there but them and us kids. Her friend, who was a little more bold, I guess, sat up and said, "I'm going upstairs. I brought my gun." My mom told me later that she really didn't want to go, but she also didn't want to stay there and keep listening. So they went together. She said the strangest part, before they even reached the stairs, was that the sounds didn't react to them at all. No pause or shift, just that steady walking and dragging back and forth. They made their way upstairs rather slowly. My mom said with every creak of the stairs, she fully expected, to see someone the second they reached the top. But when they got there, the movement, the sound, everything stopped. And there was no one. There was nothing. She said the moment they stepped onto the second floor, everything was completely silent. But they still checked every room, the closets, the corners, the windows. Nothing was out of place. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. Definitely nothing that could explain what they just heard. They went back downstairs, but they stayed awake for the rest of the night, listening. The sounds never came back, and we didn't hear any of this at the time. Not that night or the next day. My mom didn't want to scare us, so she kept it to herself, at least while we were still living there. Life went on. We settled into the house, got our furniture, and as far as I know, nothing like that ever happened again while we lived there. It wasn't even until a couple years later that the story came up again. I don't remember exactly how we found out, whether it was through neighbors, history, or just someone mentioning it in passing. But the land that our house was built on, it had a history, a very specific one. Back in the 1800s, that stretch of water along the island was the site of an incident involving a group of enslaved people being transported by ship. From what we were told, they made a decision together. If they were going to live in chains, they would rather die free. So they jumped. Still shackled, they jumped into the water and they drowned. I remember my mom going quiet when she told us that. Just quiet. Because she had already heard something years earlier, on that first night in our house. She never tried to connect the two things outright. She wasn't the type of person to jump to conclusions like that. But she didn't dismiss it either. And I think deep down, she'll always believe they are connected. This was in college. I was studying for my master's, and at that point in my life, I was very focused and very practical. I wasn't someone who entertained ghost stories or campus legends. If something didn't have a clear explanation, I assumed that there was one. I just didn't have it yet. So naturally, I wasn't expecting anything to happen that would throw me, so to speak. The main academic building was older than the rest of the campus. Not drastically, but enough that you noticed it. The hallways were a little narrower, and everything had this slight worn-in feeling, like it had been used by generations of students before us, which it had. Most of my classes were held there, and during that semester, I spent a lot of time on the 5th floor. It was quieter up there. Fewer classrooms, fewer people passing through, mostly offices and smaller study areas. It was a great place to go if you actually needed to focus. One evening, I was up there with a friend of mine from the program. We'd been working on a project together, and like usual, we stayed later than planned. Not late enough to be concerned, just late enough that the building had started to empty out. We were packing up when it happened. I remember that part clearly, because we were mid-conversation, talking about something completely unrelated, obviously, and then both of us just stopped at the same time. We both agreed it wasn't because of a sound, it was because of movement. At the far end of the hallway, something passed across the opening, not quickly, rather slowly. We both turned to look, and that's when I saw her, a woman in a full habit. Black and white, traditional, exactly what you'd picture if someone asked you to describe a nun without thinking about it too much. She wasn't walking the way that you'd expect. There was movement, but it was really smooth. like she wasn't fully making contact with the ground. At that time, I just thought, that's odd, because the nuns on campus didn't dress like that. They lived in a separate part of campus, and occasionally you'd see them around, but they wore modern clothing, nothing like what we were looking at. But still, I found my brain filling in the gaps quickly. Maybe there was an event. Maybe one of them chose to dress traditionally for some reason. Maybe we just hadn't seen it before. My friend, on the other hand, reacted immediately. She grabbed my arm and said, "Did you see that?" I said yes, and before she could say anything else, I added, "It's just one of the nuns." I remember saying it very confidently, almost dismissively, because to me, the fact that we both saw her meant that it couldn't be anything else. If it were something strange, something not real, there would have been doubt. One of us would have questioned it, but we didn't. We both saw the same thing, so that settled it, as far as I was concerned. We didn't follow the nun. I don't believe that it was because we were scared. It was more that it didn't occur to us to do so. She moved across the hallway and out of sight, turning the corner toward the balcony area at the end. And that was it. We gathered our things and left shortly after, still talking, still trying to piece together why she would have been dressed like that. But it never crossed my mind that there wasn't a logical explanation. Not then. I didn't think about it again for a long time. It became one of those small, strange memories that you occasionally bring up and then move on from it, until about a year later. We were in a different class by then, different building, different routine, but I ran into that same friend again. And somehow the conversation drifted back to that night. I don't even remember who brought it up, but I do remember what came next. She asked me if I'd ever heard anything about the 5th floor of that building. I said no. She told me to look it up. Apparently, the school had a reputation, a pretty strong one. But this was before everything was easily searchable, and I hadn't spent any time digging into campus history at all. I had no reason to care. I was there to get my degree and move on. So, I'd missed all of it. The stories, the reports, the patterns, and the one that mattered the most, the nun. In the 1950s, when that building was still used as housing for the sisters, one of them had jumped from the 5th floor balcony, died on impact. According to the stories, she'd never really left that part of the building. People always described seeing her in the hallways. They'd also described seeing her near the balcony, moving in that same direction, again and again. I remember sitting there listening to her explain all of this, feeling something settle in my chest. It wasn't fear or disbelief. It was more like relief. I realized in that moment that the explanation I'd relied on so confidently didn't exist, but the alternative was kind of cool. There were no nuns on campus who dressed like that, not then, not at any point while I was there, and there definitely weren't any living on that floor. We both got a little quiet after we talked about it too much. Just thinking, I guess, replaying it. After you gaslight yourself for so long, it's kind of interesting to grapple with the fact that we didn't misinterpret anything. We saw her clearly, at the same time, in the same place, and we both walked away from it, completely certain that it was real, not paranormal. At the moment, it didn't feel strange at all. Just like she belonged there, I guess. And maybe in a way, she still does. I almost drowned when I was 5. That's how my parents tell it anyway. I don't remember everything the way they do. I don't remember the panic or the shouting or how long I was under. What I remember feels different from that. It's quieter. It was the summer, and we were at a lake that we went to pretty often. Not anything remote, just one of those places that families go when the weather's nice. There were other people around, kids playing, adults sitting in folding chairs near the water. No lifeguard, but I had those little floaties on my arms, the kind that make you feel like you know how to swim, even when you don't. I remember being in the water. Everything was normal. And then I remember not being able to touch the bottom anymore. That part comes back in pieces, the way the water suddenly felt deeper than it should have. The way I tried to step down and couldn't find anything there. I think I tried to call out, but I don't remember hearing my own voice. My floaties were slipping. After that, it gets hard to place. I don't remember struggling the way that people describe it or you see it in film. There was no thrashing or grasping. I do remember going under, and then everything just went still. It didn't feel like drowning. It didn't feel like anything, really. Just silence. Like when you're about to fall asleep and everything around you just fades out, except it happened all at once. I don't remember being scared anymore. I remember feeling like I was somewhere else, not a place that I could describe, not a room or landscape or anything like that. Just somewhere that wasn't the lake anymore. And I could sense that I wasn't alone. There was someone there with me. An older man. That's the way I knew how to describe him at the time. He had long white hair, kind of pulled back but still loose around the shoulders, and this big mustache that, for some reason, stood out to me more than anything else. He wasn't scary. He was familiar. And he was fun-looking. That's the word I used when I was little. Fun. He wasn't doing anything like trying to grab at me or pull me. Nothing like that. He just stayed with me. Close enough that I knew I wasn't alone anymore. And I remember that feeling better. At 5 years old, I didn't have the language for it, so the way that I described it was that he made me feel better. But what I meant was, whatever had been wrong before wasn't wrong anymore. There was no panic or confusion. That sense that something bad was happening was gone. I remember looking at him, feeling calm. I remember him looking back at me. The smile, it was nice. Like he already knew I was going to be okay. The next thing I remember is waking up, except it didn't feel like I was waking up from sleep. It felt like being pushed back into something, like I was suddenly aware of my body again all at once. There were people around me, voices, hands. I remember coughing, a lot of coughing. My chest hurt, my throat burned, and everything felt too loud and too bright. My mom was there. I could hear her voice before I could really see her. And I remember being confused, not about where I was, but why I wasn't with him anymore. Later, when things calmed down, I tried to explain it. I was still sitting wrapped in a towel, kind of out of it. I told my parents that there had been a man with me, that he stayed with me, that he made me feel better. They didn't react, really. They just kind of nodded, asked me a couple of simple questions, let me talk. Looking back, I think they thought I was confused, or that my brain had filled something in to make sense of what happened, which makes sense. I probably would have thought the same thing. It didn't come up again for a while, until later. I have no real sense of time at that age, so I don't know how much time had passed, maybe a few days or longer, but at some point my parents sat down. They asked me to describe the man again, so I did. The hair, the mustache, the way he looked. I was very specific about the mustache. That seemed important to me. They didn't interrupt me. They just listened. And when I was done, they were quiet. Then my dad got up, left the room, came back. He was holding a few small old photos. He sat down next to me, started flipping through them slowly, not saying anything at first, just letting me look. And then he stopped on one, an older man, long white hair, and a big mustache, the same one. I didn't hesitate. I pointed to the picture right away and said, "That's him." I remember looking up at them, expecting them to explain it, to tell me who he was, why he was there. But they didn't say anything at first. They just looked at each other. Then my mom said very quietly, "That's your great-grandfather." By now, I've heard the story a lot of times. My great-grandfather died just before I was born. I don't remember feeling scared when they told me that or any time since. I don't think I really understood it well enough to be anyway. If anything, it just made sense in the same way that everything else had felt in that moment, like it just fit. I don't know what happened that day exactly. I don't know if my brain created something to make the experience easier, or if there really was someone there with me. I've thought about it over the years, though, more than I probably should have. But I guess most importantly, I wasn't afraid. I wasn't alone. And for a while, before I came back, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. This happened when I was about 6. I haven't really talked about it a lot, and that's mainly because in our house, things like that weren't entertained. My parents weren't unkind. They provided for us, kept everything in order, made sure we were where we needed to be. But they weren't the kind of people who sat down and listened to childhood fears or tried to understand them. If you were scared of something, the simple answer was, "Don't be." If you said you saw something strange, the answer was even simpler. No, you didn't. There wasn't really space for imagination in our house. Or at least not the kind that made things more complicated than they needed to be. So all this to say that I learned to keep things to myself pretty early on. Even at 6, I understood that if I told them what I saw, it wouldn't turn into a conversation. It would just end. And I think that's part of why this stuck with me the way that it did. Because I never said it out loud. But the truth is, it didn't start with what I saw that night. It started with that bathroom. We lived in a 2-story house, and the upstairs wasn't used as much as the rest of it. Everything important was downstairs. Kitchen, living room, my parents' room. Upstairs was just a hallway, a spare room, and a bathroom at the very end. And for as long as I can remember, I didn't like going up there. There wasn't a reason that I could explain at the time. No sound or movement. Nothing I could really point to. It just felt off. Even during the day. The hallway seemed longer than it should have been. And quieter, too. Like sound just didn't travel the same way up there. I used to stand at the bottom of the stairs and look up, and sometimes I'd hesitate without really knowing why. Looking back, the closest thing I can compare that feeling to is walking down a dark hallway in a place you don't recognize. Not because you see something is it scary, but because something about it just doesn't feel like it belongs to you. I never told my parents that either, because I already knew what they'd say. If I needed the bathroom, I'd wait until somebody else was upstairs, or I'd go as fast as I could, flip on the light, keep my eyes forward. Don't linger. Looking back, I think I was already avoiding something. I just didn't know what. The night that it happened, I woke up and I needed to use the bathroom. The house was completely quiet. I laid there for a while, hoping the feeling would pass so I wouldn't have to go upstairs, but eventually I got up. I remember standing at the bottom of the stairs looking up into the dark, already feeling that hesitation settle in. Part of me didn't want to go, but that didn't matter. In our house, You didn't make things into bigger deals than they were. So I went. I walked up slowly, one step at a time, keeping close to the wall. The whole way up, that same feeling followed me, that I was stepping into somewhere that didn't quite belong to us. At the top, the hallway was completely dark. The bathroom door was open, and the lights inside were off. Normally, I would have reached in and turned the light on immediately. But for some reason, I didn't. I just stepped inside. The blackout curtains were drawn, so the room was pitch black. Not dim, completely dark. I took a few steps in, letting my eyes try to adjust. And then I saw, at first, it looked like smoke. Something darker than the rest of the room, but it was moving. It was coming from the bathtub, slowly rising. Not fast, just lifting, like something was unfolding itself out of the dark. I remember standing there, completely still. Pretty sure I wasn't even scared yet, just trying to understand what I was looking at. And then the shape started to change. It didn't become clear all at once, just enough that my mind began to recognize it before I could process it. A shape like a person, but thinner, way too thin, and not solid. I could see through it, enough to know that it wasn't fully there. As it rose higher, I started to make out what should have been a face. There weren't details the way that you'd expect, though. The shape was unmistakable, hollow, skeletal, and somehow still facing me. Then something did shift inside of me. Just this sudden overwhelming understanding that I wasn't supposed to be seeing it. Like I'd walked in at the wrong moment, interrupting something I wasn't meant to witness. I stood frozen as I watched this thing keep rising. Slow, steady. I couldn't tell if it knew I was there, and I didn't want it to react. I don't remember deciding to move. I just remember suddenly being back in the doorway, and then running. Down the hall, down the stairs, back into my room. I didn't turn the light on, or look back. I just got into bed and stayed there. So I laid there, and I tried to tell myself the things that my parents likely would have told me. That I imagined it, that I was dreaming, that I needed to stop working myself up over nothing. And maybe part of me wanted to believe that, but the problem was I already knew that that room felt wrong before all of this had happened. And I couldn't explain that away. Even years later, when I finally started going upstairs alone again, I never felt comfortable in that bathroom. Not really. I turned the light on immediately, keep the door open. I'd do whatever I needed to do and leave. I never stood in there longer than I had to. And for those of you that were asking, no, I never saw the black, shadowy, smoky figure again. But I definitely saw it the first time. I've been a fan of your show for years, and I thought it's time I write. Life moves fast, and I'm usually chasing time rather than catching it, but this is something that stayed with me for a while, and lately I've felt a quiet nudge to finally put it into words. This happened a few years ago, while I was living in an apartment filled, quite literally, with history. I sell antiques and vintage items on eBay, so my home has always been full of old furniture, artwork, religious objects, and small curios that I've collected over time. Nothing felt unusual about that. It was simply the texture of my daily life. One afternoon, I had my armoire open, and I was sorting through a jewelry box, where I kept several religious trinkets, rosaries, and medals that I'd acquired over the years. I mention this because perhaps it had something to do with what happened to me next. Back then, I also had 4 rescued cats, They followed me everywhere. If you've ever lived with happy cats, you know the look. Tails lifted high, curved at the tip like a question mark. Wherever I went, there they were, paddling along behind me like a strange little procession. While I was standing at the armoire, I became aware of a sound, one that hadn't been there before. It was a long, grinding noise, mechanical. It would go on for a few seconds and then stop abruptly, only to start again. I froze. My first thought was oddly specific. A bird stuck in the fireplace flew. That had happened once before, and it sounded similar. Scraping, stopping, starting again. Still, despite trying to reason with myself, fear settled into me fast and heavy. I closed the armoire, set the relics aside, and began to move slowly toward the sound. The cats followed at first, but their tails were no longer relaxed. They were puffed up now, their bodies low and tense. One of them darted ahead of me, toward my stepson Gregory's room. The moment he reached the doorway, he reacted in a way that I'd never seen before. Scrambling backward, as if he'd hit an invisible wall. Claws scrambling for purchase before he fled. That was when I looked into the room. It was late afternoon, but his room was dark, with just a weak bit of sunlight leaking through. I gasped at what I saw. Gregory's remote-control toy Bronco was driving itself. Its headlights were on, bright in the dim room, and the toy was moving with intent, rolling forward, crashing into toys, reversing when it got stuck, then changing direction and going again, over and over. That grinding sound was the Bronco's wheels and motor, stopping and starting in deliberate cycles. I stood there, unable to move. My blood felt cold. I remember thinking very clearly that if the batteries were dying, the toy wouldn't behave like that. It wouldn't navigate obstacles. It wouldn't reverse on purpose. The cats had vanished. I was alone in the doorway, watching something that made no sense. It felt like there was ice in my chest. Is this a poltergeist? I thought. Eventually, I broke out of my paralysis long enough to grab my phone and call my husband, Hal. I was shaking, struggling to explain what I was seeing. He did his best to calm me, though there wasn't much he could do from work. It was too cold to leave the apartment, or I would have gone outside and waited for him. When Hal finally came home, the first thing he did was inspect the toy. There were no batteries in it. Not in the Bronco. Not even in the remote. Even stranger, the remote itself was found in the fireplace. And even if it had worked, it was too far away from the toy to explain what I'd seen. I tried to tell myself that this was an isolated incident. Terrifying, yes, but singular. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might connect to something else that I'd experienced the year before. About a year earlier, Hal and I temporarily moved into the master bedroom while the sunroom was being repaired. We didn't bother assembling the bed frame, since it wasn't meant to be long-term. Instead, we slept on a mattress on the floor. One night, I woke up feeling strange, off in my body, as if something had shifted while I slept. I sat up and opened my eyes. I scanned the room curiously, looking for the reason my sleep was interrupted. There was a little boy kneeling beside Hal. He was glowing softly, not brightly, but unmistakably so. And he was watching my husband with intense focus. The image startled me, but I immediately told myself that it was nothing more than a half-dream, a trick of sleep. When the boy turned and looked at me, I remember choosing very deliberately to lie back down and fall asleep. rather than investigating further. At the time, I dismissed it entirely. After the Bronco incident, though, that memory resurfaced with new weight. There was one more event that made it harder to ignore. Sometimes Gregory would get scared in his room and ask to sleep beside us on the floor. We always welcomed him. Near where we slept were short, anchored bookshelves filled with large art books, heavy volumes, neatly arranged and never overstuffed. One morning, we woke up to find a tidy stack of those books placed directly above Gregory's head. Not fallen, stacked. There was no plausible way that they could have ended up that way. No one remembered waking. No sound had disturbed any of us. And yet there they were, positioned in a way that felt deliberate. After the Bronco incident, I shared my thoughts with Hal. That perhaps all three events were connected. That maybe, and possibly, a childlike presence had attached itself to him, and that Gregory's presence stirred something protective or jealous. Hal is a deeply rational, science-minded person, but between the battery-less toy and the physics-defying stack of books, and what we both had witnessed, even he admitted that he couldn't fully explain it. It's been years now. Nothing else has happened. Our lives have changed. Our relationship went through difficult, uncertain periods before settling into something calm and steady. The apartment, once heavy with tension, now feels warm and peaceful. If there was something with us, it seems to be gone. I don't know what to believe. Maybe it was coincidence layered upon coincidence. Stress and environment and sleep did strange things to perception. Or maybe, just maybe, something was there for a time and then moved on. So, I'll leave it to you and to your listeners. Ghost boy or coincidence? Who knows, really? I was 16 the first time this happened. We were on a family vacation staying near the water, in a place with marshlands instead of beaches. There were tall reeds, low trees, mud that sucked your shoes in if you stepped wrong. It really wasn't the kind of place that people went to hike exactly, but there were paths worn down enough that kids wandered them anyway. My parents liked quiet vacations, my mom especially. She always said the marsh felt peaceful, which I didn't argue with at the time. It was quiet in a way that made you lower your voice without thinking. One afternoon, I went out walking by myself. That wasn't unusual. I'd done it the day before and the day before that. I stayed close enough that I could still hear boats if one had passed, and I didn't go deep into anything that looked like it might trap me. I remember the light was starting to change. Not dark yet, just that time where everything goes flatter, like the colors give up a little. I was near the edge of the reeds when I heard my mother call my name. It wasn't an emergency, just normal, the way she'd say if she wanted me to come back for dinner or help carry something. No fear, just my name. Clear as if she were standing 10 feet behind me. I turned around immediately. She wasn't there. That didn't register as strange right away. I just assumed she was further back on the path, maybe blocked by the reeds. Sound carries weird in different places like that. She called again, same tone and rhythm, same slight upward inflection at the end, like she always used. I remember thinking it was kind of annoying that she hadn't just yelled louder if she wanted me to come back. I answered her, told her I was coming. The voice responded right away, telling me it was okay. I could come to her. That's the part that still gets me. It answered, but it answered with something she'd never say. I started walking towards where I thought she was anyway. The path thinned the further I went, more mud than dirt. The air smelled thick like warm plants and standing water. I could hear insects, but no birds. She called my name again, a little further off now. I remember stopping for a second because I thought, that's odd. If I'm walking towards her, she shouldn't sound farther away. But I figured maybe she was moving too. Maybe she was calling while walking. I feel like it's important to call out that it didn't feel dangerous or scary. It felt normal, like I was slightly out of sync with someone I trusted. The voice said something like, I'm over here. It didn't shout, it just said it. But that's when I noticed over here didn't sound like it was coming from just one place. It was everywhere. But the timing of I'm over here, it was off. There was a pause before the words, each one, like it was waiting. Not like someone waiting for an answer, but like someone counting in its head before speaking. I slowed down, I called out again, asked where she was. There was another long pause, even longer. Then my mom's voice just said my name again. Just my name, nothing else. I remember feeling more confused than afraid, like when you realize you've missed a step on the stairs, but you haven't fallen yet. I took another step forward anyway. The reeds were taller here. The ground dipped slightly. I could see water between the stalks, dark and still. The voice came again, closer, and for the first time, I knew something was wrong. Not the sound itself, but with how careful it was being. My mother never sounded careful when she called me. She was casual, distracted. This didn't sound like that at all. I stopped walking. I didn't say anything. After a few seconds, the voice spoke again. Same tone. It's okay. That's when I really became afraid. My palms were sweaty. It was exactly the same as last time. Same pacing and emphasis. It hadn't chosen the right words again. Like it was replaying them. There's no real way to explain it, but in that moment, I thought to myself, that's not my mom. I don't know how long I stood there. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe 5 minutes. The quiet pressed in around the voice, though. And suddenly, I was very aware that I couldn't hear the boats anymore. I backed up. The voice didn't react. I backed up another. It said my name again. The wrong timing. Everything was off now. I turned around and ran. I didn't look back or yell at anything. I just ran until the path widened and the sound of people came back. When I reached the rental house, my mom was inside, folding towels. She hadn't been outside. She hadn't called me. She hadn't even known I'd gone that way. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't tell anyone. That night, I barely slept. I kept listening for my name, half expecting it to come from the dark corners of the room itself. We went back to the marsh once more before the vacation ended. I stayed close with my parents. I didn't wander, and I didn't hear anything else. The whole experience sort of put woods off for me. I don't like wooded places. I'm not much of a hiker either. There's just something about the woods I don't trust. I'm an adult now, obviously. I live nowhere near marshland. I enjoy being right in the heart of the city. People assume it's because I'm afraid of getting lost or hurt. And I let them think that. It's sometimes easier than explaining that I'm afraid of someone calling my name, not knowing who's really speaking. That sounds a little crazy. But I have this feeling that what I learned a long time ago, is that the voice itself is just the warning. It's likely that what comes after it makes sure that you don't live to tell about it. That's my gut feeling, anyway. A few years ago, I got really into collecting vinyl. It started the way a lot of hobbies do. Someone gave me a small stack of records and an old player that they didn't want anymore. I cleaned it up, bought a couple of albums I liked, and before long I was spending weekends digging through record stores and estate sales. Eventually I decided I wanted something nicer than this little starter player I'd been using. That's when I found one that caused all sorts of problems. It was sitting in the corner of a small antique shop about 20 minutes from my apartment. Not a big store, just old radios, furniture, typewriters, boxes of random odds and ends. The record player was built into a wooden console cabinet, one of those mid-century pieces that looks more like furniture than electronics. The wood was in really good shape. The turntable spun smoothly when the shop owner demonstrated it, and the price was way lower than I expected. And that was good enough for me. I brought it home that afternoon. I set it up in the corner of my living room and spent the evening playing a few records that I'd picked up recently. It sounded great, warm, a little cracky in the way that old record players tend to be, but exactly what I wanted. Then about a week after I'd brought it home, I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to the sound of music. At first I thought it was coming from outside, maybe a neighbor playing something too loud, but as I woke up more, I realized the sound was coming from inside my apartment, from my living room. I got up and walked out there half asleep. The record player was on. The platter was spinning, the needle down on a record. But I was positive I hadn't left anything playing before I went to bed. I turned it off, went back to sleep, and tried not to think much about it. I assumed I must have forgotten to shut it down earlier. A few nights later, though, it happened again. Same thing. Middle of the night, faint music drifting down the hallway. This time when I walked into the living room, the record had already finished playing. The needle was sitting at the end of the album where it normally rests after the last track. The power switch was still on. I stood there for a minute trying to remember if I had used it that evening. I couldn't recall doing that, but it wasn't impossible. Not impossible that I put something on while cooking dinner or cleaning up and just forgot. I truly gaslit myself. So again, I turned it off and went back to bed. After that, though, it started happening more often. Sometimes I'd come home from work and the platter would already be spinning slowly, even though I knew I hadn't turned it on that morning. Or sometimes the player would start up while I was sitting in the next room. One evening, I was reading on the couch when I heard that crackle of the needle touching the vinyl. I walked over. I saw the arm lowering itself onto a record I hadn't touched in days. That was the first time it actually made me uneasy. I figured, this has to be a mechanical issue. Maybe the switch inside was worn out or the wiring was loose. Perhaps that's how it ended up at that shop to begin with. But still, the player worked well enough that I kept using it until it started playing things backwards. One night I put on an album that I'd listened to a dozen times before. As soon as the needle touched down, the music sounded wrong. The song was playing in reverse. At first I thought that maybe the speed setting was somehow shifted or the belt inside the player had slipped. But when I looked closer, the platter itself was spinning in the wrong direction. The record was literally turning backwards under the needle. I lifted the arm immediately because I didn't want to damage the grooves. When I turned the player off and back on again, it spun normally. I told a friend about it the next day. He said that it was probably just an old motor acting up. That made sense, I told myself. Except it just kept happening. So, did I need to get it fixed? I had someone come take a look at it. A friend of a friend. They told me that there was virtually nothing wrong with the machine, that it was in really good shape. that I'd gotten myself a hell of a deal. I think what really did it for me, what made me think this was something more than mechanical issues, was a dream I had. I had dreamt the same thing that I'd been experiencing, that I'd heard music coming from the living room, that I went out there to explore it. But when I did, there was someone standing next to the record player. They were clearly human-shaped, glowing almost an ethereal glow. It looked like a man, but outside of that, I couldn't see features, a face, nothing like that. I just saw this entity standing there. And I realized in my dream that the music was skipping. And then I woke up to music skipping. I rushed out into the living room, fully expecting to see someone standing next to the record player. But of course, it was empty out there, except for the skipping music. I turned off the record player, unplugged it entirely. I went back to bed, feeling uneasy about the dream, the experience. But I chalked it up, even though I felt like that was too weird to chalk up. I did. It probably could have been fine if it was just that one dream, and if the machine would have started working properly. But it wasn't like that. I continued to have the same dream, not every night, but multiple times within a 2-month period. And each time, despite knowing it was a dream, it felt so real, like someone was really there with me. Eventually, I did get rid of it. Oddly enough, it wasn't because of the dreams. It was because it just destroyed my records, two that I cared deeply about. I wasn't willing to lose any more to this record player. I called my friend's friend, the one who had originally looked at the machine for me. I asked if he was interested in taking it off my hands, and I gave him the full rundown before giving it to him. He understood. I don't think he believed me, but he understood. He's not exactly my friend, so no idea how it all panned out for him, but I have to assume that since he didn't come knocking at my door, all is well, though I can't really imagine how. I was a teenager when this happened, but the story itself started much earlier. When I was about 7, I had a close friend. It was one of those friendships that feels permanent at that age. We lived near each other, saw each other almost every day, and knew everything about one another. Then, the way childhood does, things shifted. We changed schools, families moved, life went on. I didn't hear from her again for years. When I was about 15, she called me out of the blue. No warning or build-up, just my name on the phone and her voice. It was warm and familiar, like we'd only spoken the week before. We caught up easily. School, families, the usual things. Then, casually, she said something that stopped me cold. "It was really good seeing you again at the beach." I laughed and told her she must have been kidding. I'd only been to that particular beach resort once or twice in my life. It was almost an hour away, not somewhere I went casually, especially not without remembering it. She didn't argue right away. She just said something like, "No, you were definitely there." I told her again, "It wasn't me." And that's when she said, "You were there with James," my boyfriend at the time. She didn't just know his name. She described him. His height, his build, the way he talked, the things he said about his family, his job. She described things about him that no one would have known unless they'd spent actual time around us. I remember my stomach feeling strange. I said carefully, "Maybe you met him, but I wasn't there." She paused. She was confused now. And then she said, "That doesn't make sense. You were together." And she described me. My hair, how I was wearing it that summer, the outfit I had on. They were clothes I actually owned. And the thing I told her about my sister, that I'd told no one. How could she know? She told me things that we'd talked about that day. Complaints about school, jokes, plans. It was definitely all real. Stuff that happened to me. I just don't remember telling her about it. I felt myself start to doubt my own certainty. She wasn't accusing or insisting. She was just recounting something she believed had happened casually and comfortably. In fact, it was the reason she was calling me now at all. There was no reason for her to lie. By the end of the call, I didn't really know what to say, because everything she described fit, except for one thing. I had no memory of it. I don't remember the drive or asking my parents' permission to go there, planning it with James. Like not even a vague impression, which is usually what you're left with when details fade. This would have been a big event in my life at that age, an hour-long trip with my boyfriend, friends. Something that required coordination and permission and planning, and yet it was gone. Later, I asked James about it. He looked just as confused as I felt. He didn't remember it either. Not the trip or the beach, my old friend, nothing. He was adamant that if we had gone, he would have remembered. And I believed him. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty in his response, just the same blank absence I felt. But it wasn't just my friend. Others remembered meeting us too. I guess she was starting to feel crazy. I couldn't explain it. If it had just been my memory missing, I would have convinced myself that I disassociated or blocked it out for some reason, but both of us with this gap, and her friends with this memory. Years passed, decades now. I've revisited that day in my mind more times than I can count, hoping that something would surface. A fragment, a feeling, anything. It never has. The only memory I can go back to is her phone call. What I do know is this. She was certain. Quite sure. She never brought it up again or pressured me about it. For her, it was just something that happened, and I let it be that too. Even though for me, it was something that didn't. Nothing like it has happened before or since. No missing days or strange sightings. I don't have a sense of being watched or followed. It's just that one absence. Clean, complete. Sometimes I wish this was during a time when people were taking photographs all the time, or on their phone. I would have loved for someone to have captured me and James. Sometimes I wonder if something stepped into our place that day. Something that looked right, sounded right, wore the right clothes, said the right things. Other times, I wonder if we were there, and whatever happened was so ordinary, so unremarkable, that our minds simply let it go. Or another version of us. But that explanation, none of them, have really sat right with me. Ordinary days don't vanish like that. Extraordinary ones don't either. Memories don't disappear so completely unless something else fills that space where they should be. Even now, when I think about it, what unsettles me isn't the idea of another me. It's the idea that someone lived a day in my life so convincingly that the world accepted it and kept going without me ever knowing. And that somewhere, in someone else's memory, there is a version of me who showed up exactly as expected, while the real me was never there at all. My grandmother's lived at the beach for as long as I can remember. Our family lives about 2 hours inland, so when we visit her, it always felt like a small vacation. When I was a kid, those trips were the highlight of my year. I've always loved the ocean. The second we'd arrive, I'd run straight to the water, full speed, and spend most of the day swimming. It didn't matter if the water was cold or the waves were rough. I just wanted to be out there. One year we visited during the summer, and the weather was perfect. Clear skies, warm sand, the kind of steady waves that make the ocean look inviting instead of dangerous. That day, my mom suggested we go fishing along the beach while everyone else relaxed near my grandmother's house. I remember being excited at first, but once we got there, I realized that she had other plans for me. Instead of letting me swim out like I usually did, she kept telling me to stay near the rocks and the tide pools. If you've ever seen the tide pools along a rocky beach, you know what they're like. Shallow pockets of water where little fish and crabs get trapped where the tides pull back. They're interesting to look at, but they're not fun if you want to swim. I remember getting irritated with her because every time I started wading deeper, she'd call out to me, tell me to stay closer to shore. "Just explore the pools," she said. "Don't go out too far." To a kid who loved to swim, that felt like torture. So after a while, I ignored her. I slowly worked my way past the tide pools and out toward the deeper water. The waves were small, and the ocean looked calm enough that I didn't think it was a big deal. A little further out, there were a few large rocks breaking the surface of the water. I swam over to them, grabbed onto it so I could rest for a moment. I remember noticing something strange about the rock right away. The surface was covered in this thick green slime, almost like algae, but slicker, darker. When I grabbed it, my hand slid slightly before I found a grip. I didn't think much at the time. From the shore, I could hear my mom yelling at me. She was waving her arms and telling me to come back. I rolled my eyes and stayed where I was for a few seconds, holding onto the rock while the water moved around my legs. And then it happened. At first, I felt something brush against my ankle. I assumed it was seaweed drifting in the current, but the feeling didn't pass. Instead, something wrapped around my lower leg and squeezed. Before I could even process what was happening, I felt a hand grab me. Not seaweed, a hand. It clamped down around my calf and started pulling me downward, hard. I remember looking down through the water and seeing these pale fingers wrapped around my leg. The fingers were long and thin, but fingers nonetheless. The nails looked jagged, sharp, uneven. They dug into my skin as whatever it was tried to pull me under. And I started screaming. The water splashed around me as I tried to kick free. The grip was strong, my leg being pulled toward the darker water below the rock. From the shore, my mom must have realized something was wrong immediately. I heard her shouting my name, running into the water. The grip tightened once more. So tight, I could feel the nails tearing across my skin. Then suddenly my mom reached me. She grabbed my arm and pulled with everything she had. The moment she did, whatever was holding my leg let go. Just like that. The pressure disappeared. I felt myself being dragged back toward the shore. My mom practically carried me through the shallow water until we reached the sand. I was shaking so badly I could barely stand. When we looked at my leg, there were these long scratches running down my calf. They were thin but deep enough to leave blood running down towards my ankle. My mom kept asking me what had happened. At first, I could barely explain it. I just kept saying something had grabbed me, something with a hand. She looked out toward the rock where I'd been holding on to. The water was calm there. Nothing was moving. No swimmers, no animals, nothing. To this day, I still don't know what grabbed me in that water. People have suggested crabs, sharp rocks, even strong currents. But none of those explain what actually happened. what I remember seeing. Because when I looked down through the water, I didn't see seaweed or a rock. I saw fingers wrapped around my leg. And sometimes when I think back on what happened, I am a bit unsettled by the slime-covered rock. The one I'd been holding on to. It was the only one like it in the entire area. And whatever grabbed me seemed to come from right around it. Perhaps underneath it. A couple of years ago, I was living outside of Seattle with a roommate I'd known since college. We rented the top floor of a split-level house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing unusual about the place, built sometime in the 80s, beige, thin walls. The usual. My roommate worked night shifts at a hospital, so evenings I had the place to myself. Around that time, I'd gotten really into VR. I bought a MetaQuest headset and spent most nights playing different games after work. It was the perfect way to unwind. Throw the headset on, disappear into another world for an hour or two, then crash. If you've used VR, you know how the boundary system works. When you set up your play space, you draw a virtual outline of your room so that you don't walk into furniture or walls. If something enters that space, the headset can sometimes detect it and shows a faint outline so you don't run into it. Most of the time, it's just your couch or a chair, the edge of a table. One night, I was playing a rhythm game, just standing in the middle of the living room, slicing blocks and trying not to embarrass myself. My roommate had already left for work hours earlier. The house was quiet. About 20 minutes in, something strange happened. A person-shaped outline appeared in the corner of my play area. At first, I assumed it was the coat rack near the door. The headset sometimes misreads objects, but this outline wasn't where the coat rack was. It was closer, right at the edge of the boundary line. The system only shows that kind of outline when it detects something that might move, usually a person. I stopped moving and lifted the headset slightly to peek underneath. The living room was empty. I could see the couch, the TV, the hallway leading to the bedrooms, nothing else. I figured the tracking glitched and I put the headset back down. The outline was still there, except now it had moved. Just slightly, but a step closer inside the boundary. The way VR displays those outlines is hard to explain unless you've seen it. They're faint, almost like a wireframe silhouette, but clearly shaped like a person standing upright. And this one was definitely shaped like someone standing there. My first thought was that maybe my roommate had come home early without me hearing the door. That made sense for about half a second. Then I remembered I'd locked the deadbolt right after he'd left. I slowly took the headset off again. The room was still empty. At that point, I felt that sudden rush of adrenaline that you get when your body realizes something might be wrong before your brain can even catch up. My stomach dropped so hard I actually felt a little bit nauseous. I walked through the whole house just to prove to myself that someone hadn't come in. Front door still locked, windows closed, roommate's room empty, no one in the hallway or kitchen, bathroom. When I went back to the living room, I was nervous to put the headset back on. But when I did, the outline was gone. I stood there for a minute waiting for it to come back, but nothing happened. Eventually, I convinced myself the sensors had just picked up something weird in the lighting. I tried to go back to the game. About 5 minutes later, I was facing the TV. The headset buzzed again. The boundary warning flashed. Something had entered the play area behind me. Sure enough, as I turned around, the outline was there again, right inside the boundary line, about 6 feet away from me. This time, it was moving. Just a slow shift forward, like someone leaning in to watch what I was doing. That was the moment that I think real fear hit. It wasn't a jump scare kind of panic. This was something deep gave me a sick feeling, when every instinct in your body says you're not alone, that you're in danger. I ripped the headset off so fast it almost flew out of my hands. The living room, of course, was completely empty and dead quiet. I did not put the headset back on, not that night. The next morning, when I checked the headset's Guardian history in the app, it showed 2 alerts from the night before. Both said, human presence detected in play area. The timestamps matched exactly when I saw the outline. My roommate had been at work the entire time. I confirmed that. The living room camera that we had pointed toward the front door never recorded anyone coming in. I was alone, but I wasn't alone. I know how this is going to sound. I know people are going to talk shit, say I imagined it, say I was tired, say I was high or seeing things, and that's fine. I'm not here to convince anyone. I just know what happened, and it still messes with me. At the time, I was team driving, middle of summer, hot, sticky, miserable kind of heat. We were running through South Carolina, and I ended up in Charleston around midnight to do a drop and hook. The drop yard wasn't some clean, well-lit terminal. It was in the back of a tow yard, like back, dirt lot, chain link fencing, old wreckers parked everywhere. Enough space for maybe 10 of our company trailers if you squeeze them in right. No lights back there. None. Just darkness and whatever your headlights can catch. That part matters. So I roll in around midnight. Open gates. Security lets me through. Then closes it behind me. Everything already feels off just because of how quiet it is. There's no traffic noise or other drivers walking around. It's just engines ticking and cicadas screaming somewhere in the distance. As I'm pulling towards the trailers, I notice a bobtail tractor off to the right. What caught my eye were the lights. Inside lights. Dome lights on. Sleeper LEDs glowing. They're like soft white or bluish, enough to light up the cab without blasting your eyes. It looked like someone was in there, maybe parked for the night, maybe waiting. I didn't really think much of it. Figured it was another company's truck or someone from the tow yard taking a break. I park and set the brakes and immediately get hit with this feeling. Not fear exactly, more like offness. Like something bad was nearby. Like something was aware of me being there. I did brush it off at first. You work long nights enough, your brain messes with you. But when I stepped out of the truck, it got worse. Thick, heavy, like it was in the air. I looked back at the bobtail. All of its lights were off. That alone wouldn't have freaked me out. But I hadn't seen anyone get out, or any doors opening. Nothing. I grabbed my flashlight and walked a little closer, shining it into the cab. And that's when I saw the damage. The front end was completely wrecked. Right steer tire blown. The nose looked bent up, like it had slammed into something hard. This wasn't a truck that someone could actually casually sit in with the lights on. Looked like it had been disabled for a while. And I know what I saw when I pulled in. Those lights were absolutely on. I remember because it was strange. I didn't see anyone in the front seat or in the sleeper, but the cab was lit. Clear as day. Now it was dead dark, like it had never been touched. I stood there longer than I intended to, just staring at it, the bad feeling crawling higher up my spine. This yard was secure. Big gate, guard at the front. This wasn't some open lot where people could just wander in, and it definitely didn't feel like crackheads were camping out in the wrecked tractor. I finally forced myself to move. I went to drop the trailer, doing my thing. Airlines, pins, landing gear, all that. I ended up in the back of the trailer dealing with load straps, and the entire time, I felt like I was being watched. It wasn't like I was imagining it. I was being watched. Every sound made me turn around, every shadow. I kept telling myself to hurry up and get back in the truck. When I finally did, my co-driver was awake. They looked annoyed. "If you wanted to wake me up," they said, "you could have just come in and said my name. You didn't have to tap on the glass like that." I just stared at them. I didn't tap on the glass. They were sure I had. Said it was faint at first, but clear. Fingers tapping, not knocking. Like someone lightly drumming 4 fingers against the window. 1, 2, 3, 4. Over and over, slightly louder each time. I told them I'd been in the back of the trailer the whole time. I didn't come near the cab. And that's when I told them about the bobtail and the lights and the wreck. The feeling that I'd had since we pulled in. How it felt like something bad was there with us. They went quiet. Then they told me about the dream. Right before they woke up, they'd been having a nightmare. They said it was a swamp, like a bayou. Thick water, trees, Spanish moss hanging down. There was a house on stilts, half sunk into the mud. And outside the house was a woman. A witch is how they described her. Standing just far enough away that you couldn't see her face clearly. Calling to them, telling them to come outside, to come closer. What woke them up was the tapping on the glass. That's when we both just sat there, not saying a word. My heart was pounding as the engine was idling. The tow yard suddenly felt way too small. I decided to get the hell out of there. Before leaving, I drove the truck in a slow loop around the yard, trying to recreate the angle that my headlights had hit that bobtail when I first pulled in. It didn't look the same. No reflection or glow, nothing that could have been mistaken for interior lights. We left Charleston not long after that. Neither of us slept for a while. I don't know what that was. I'm not saying it was a ghost or a witch or anything like that. I just know that something didn't want to be ignored. Something noticed us the moment we rolled in. And whatever it was, it made damn sure that we noticed it too. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a 1-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently. And they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. I'm an engineer by trade, which is to say that I live by the laws of physics and logic. I don't believe in ghosts or energy fields or anything that can't be quantified or observed through a verifiable metric, if that makes sense. All this is why the 3 nights I spent at my aunt's old house broke my brain a little, made me come undone a bit, if you will. Her house was a giant 2-story Victorian on the edge of town being basically St. Paul, Minnesota. The home was built in the 1890s. My aunt was on a cruise, and I was her reluctant house sitter. The place was beautiful, but oppressive. All dark woodwork and heavy draperies that seemed to absorb the light entirely. I had the whole place to myself. And for most of my time there, the only sounds were the groans of the settling foundation and the rhythmic clack-clack of the old gas furnace kicking on. Perfectly standard. One evening, I was stretched out on the living room sofa, ignoring the silence by reading a dense textbook. It was past midnight when I heard the first sound. It wasn't loud, it was a faint, raspy disturbance. A sound that made my teeth hurt, like someone was taking a handful of dry leaves and dragging them slowly across a piece of concrete. It sounded close by. It was coming from the kitchen ceiling, directly above the small square attic crawlspace hatch. The attic had been painted shut. It hadn't been opened in decades. I knew my aunt had not spent time in there. I stopped reading and I listened. The rasping continued, but now there was something else woven into it. Something like whispers. I couldn't make out words, but it had the rhythm of speech. My logical mind immediately went to the obvious. Raccoons, squirrels, maybe a pipe even burst and was dripping on the insulation. I got up and walked into the kitchen. I stood directly under the hatch. I was prepared to call animal control. I climbed onto the counter to get closer, and the second my ear was within a foot of the ceiling, the sound instantly stopped. See, I muttered to myself, annoyed. Just an old house playing tricks. I got down, poured myself a glass of water, and chastised myself for letting the spooky atmosphere get to me. I took one sip, and it happened again. This time it wasn't a rasp. It was a distinct, wet, sighing sound. And it was much, much louder. It was still coming from the exact same spot, but it felt closer, somehow. Like the thing making it had just crawled to the inside of the hatch door. Matt. My name. The glass slipped out of my hand and shattered on the tile floor, but I barely registered the crash. I was paralyzed, staring up at the painted wood panel. It wasn't the wind. and it wasn't an animal. It was my name. I finally managed to take a step back. As I did, a sound erupted from the crawl space, and it sent a spike of pure, raw terror through me. It was a single, high-pitched, childlike scream. It wasn't joyous. It was malicious. It echoed in the empty space above. I didn't even try to rationalize that one. I didn't reach for my phone to record the noise. I grabbed my keys and wallet from the table, and I didn't bother locking the front door. I walked out of the house and into my car. I drove to the nearest hotel, and I didn't look back until the sun was up. Naturally, when I woke up, I felt silly. I felt terrible. I went back, but I couldn't bring myself to go back inside. I just locked it up. I spent the next 4 nights in a well-lit hotel room nearby, watching cable news. I still went back and did the things I needed to do for my aunt, but when she returned, I tried to talk to her about it. I didn't want to scare her. If it's not obvious, she's old. But I had to know. Had she ever experienced anything in that house before? Her answer to me was no. In fact, she thought I was quite silly for having to leave. I'm inclined to believe her, except my name. I definitely heard my name. I still stick to my principles, though. I still believe in science, but there are some things we just can't explain. Not yet. This happened in late fall, a few years back, 2019, maybe early December, not cold enough for snow. My husband was driving. I was in the passenger seat, and we were heading home after visiting friends. It was around 10 at night. We were crossing a long viaduct outside a mid-sized city in the Midwest. It stretches longer than you'd expect, suspended high enough that you can't really see what's below it. No shoulder. Concrete barriers on both sides. Not a place anyone should be walking, like, ever. Traffic wasn't heavy, but it wasn't empty either. A few cars ahead of us, one close behind. We were going about 50 miles an hour, steady. The radio was on low. I specifically remember thinking about how peaceful of a day it was. Then something stepped into the road. Yes, stepped. It came from the passenger side, close enough that my brain didn't even have time to process what I was seeing before my body reacted. It was right there, inches, directly in our path. I squeezed my eyes shut. Pretty sure I squealed a bit, surely that we were going to hit whatever it was. At 50 miles an hour, if something steps in front of your car, you hit it immediately. There isn't time for anything else. I remember bracing for the impact, my stomach tightening, my shoulders locking up, waiting for the sound. What I do feel is a slight jerk, like my husband narrowly avoids something. I opened my eyes. The road ahead was empty. For a second, I thought that maybe it had stepped back, or my depth perception was off, so I checked all the mirrors, scanned the edge of the viaduct, half expecting to see something clinging to the barrier or tumbling away. Nothing there either. That's when I noticed my husband. He was sitting upright, tense, both hands locked on the steering wheel. He wasn't looking at the road anymore. He was staring into the rearview mirror, eyes wide, jaw clenched. He saw it too. I instantly thought that to myself, because he looked like he was trying to convince himself he hadn't just seen something impossible. Before I could ask him, he kind of jolted, like he'd seen something in the rear view. I turned around. I just saw the same car that was behind us as before. A second later, he says, the car behind us swerved, like me, but more. But there's nothing in the road. He said this almost as a question, so I answered, "You saw something too?" Because I don't know what I saw, but it was big, and we were about to hit it. "But there's nothing on the road," he repeated. Agreed. There was indeed nothing on the road. Not that we could see any more or in any way. We talked about it later, carefully, like we were afraid that saying too much might make it happen again or something. What we both agreed on was this. We had only seen a blip of something, but it was enough that it felt, by all accounts, real. A person, no, but person shape, maybe. It certainly was upright, standing, walking. But my husband described it more like a flash or glitch. Like it was the shape of a person, but the material of interference. The closest thing I can compare it to is something humanoid, but wrong in proportions. Very large, shadowy. I can't remember if it had hair. I guess any of those details are gone or never existed for me. 1 second it was in front of us, the next it was gone. Like distance didn't mean the same thing to it as us. And then there's the car behind us. They saw it, even when we couldn't. So, was this thing on some sort of loop? Was it just incredibly slow? A momentary glitch? Well, we went back over the bridge a few weeks later in daylight, trying to make sense of it. We kinda couldn't let it go. I don't know how more people don't go back to the source of strangeness, but we did. Basically, it just confirmed that there was nowhere for someone or something, not that size, to stand safely or walk. No shoulder. There's no access point nearby, just concrete. We still try to rationalize it, though I think we've mainly accepted that something strange happened and we were witness to it. We both saw it from different angles at the same time. The car behind us reacted too, which means there's at least one other person in this world who likely shares a similar story. I so wish I could talk to that person. Whatever it was, it existed long enough to be avoided by multiple people, yet still be witnessed. About a month ago, I bought a set of small wall shelves for my kitchen. They were the kind of little cute square cubbies, nothing fancy, just painted wood with a slightly worn farmhouse look. I'd been wanting something like that to hold spices and small plants, and I happened to come across it one day during an estate sale in the neighborhood. The house belonged to a woman who'd recently passed away. I didn't know her personally, but the entire property was being cleared out, and when I say everything was for sale, I mean everything. Furniture, kitchenware, boxes of old decorations, tools from the garage, even plants from the yard that the family was digging up and selling. It was one of those situations where it felt like the house was being slowly dismantled, piece by piece. The shelves were leaning against the wall in the kitchen when I first saw them. They weren't particularly valuable or antique looking, but they were sturdy and exactly the size I'd been hoping to find. I asked one of the family members running the sale how much they wanted for them. I remember they shrugged and said that I could take them for $10, so I did. My husband helped me mount them in our kitchen a couple of days later. We hung them on the wall near the window, and I filled the cubbies with a couple of small plants, a salt and pepper grinder, and some jars of loose tea. They looked perfect there. For the first few days, it was perfect. Then one morning I woke up and noticed something strange. Not related to the shelves, I thought, but I had 3 scratches on my forearm. They were long and thin, running almost parallel to each other from my wrist toward my elbow. At first, I assumed I must have scraped myself on something without realizing it. I work in the yard a lot and I'm constantly bumping into things around the house. But these scratches were different. They weren't clean lines, somewhat jagged, and they stung like they'd just happened. I mentioned it to my husband over breakfast, and He jokingly asked if I got in a fight in my sleep. I laughed it off and I didn't think much more about it. But over the next couple of days, a few things started happening around the house. Just small things that felt off. One afternoon, I walked into the kitchen and I found one of those little jars I'd placed in the cubbies, sitting on the counter below the shelves. I assumed it must have been my husband grabbing something earlier and forgetting to put it back, except he insisted he hadn't touched it. I was completely willing to chalk it up to poor memory on my part. But a couple of nights later, we both heard a noise in the kitchen while we were watching TV in the living room. It sounded like wood scraping against the wall. When we checked, nothing was out of place. The shelves were still hanging where we'd put them. But my husband did say something that stuck with me. He said the shelves looked like they'd shifted slightly. Not fallen or loose, just slightly crooked compared to how they'd been mounted before. We tightened the screws and forgot about it. But the uneasy feeling, it didn't go away. A few nights later, I woke up around 2 a.m. I figured it was because I was thirsty, but I don't really know why I woke up. As I walked into the kitchen, I noticed one of the small plants from the shelves sitting on the counter. It hadn't fallen. It was sitting upright, like someone had picked it up and placed it there. At that point, I started thinking about where the shelves had come from. I remembered the estate sale, the house being emptied, the woman who had died. And I remember saying something half-jokingly to my husband the next morning. What if whoever owned those shelves before doesn't want us to have them? He laughed at first, but then he pointed out something I hadn't connected. The scratches on my arm had appeared the same week that we brought them into the house, and we'd never had anything like that happen before. Now, I'm not someone who jumps straight to paranormal explanations. I'm really the one telling people that there's probably a logical reason for things. But I really couldn't shake the feeling that those shelves had brought something with them. So we decided to try something simple. One afternoon, my husband took the shelves down from the wall and carried them out to the garage. We left them there for a few days. During that time, the house felt completely normal. Nothing was moving around in the kitchen, no knocking sounds or scraping sounds on the walls. After about a week, we decided we didn't really want them in the house at all. I listed them for free online, explained that they were just basic kitchen shelves that needed a new home, with a cutesy note that they might be haunted. Someone picked them up that weekend. I'm not exaggerating when I say the moment those shelves left our property, the weird little things stopped completely, and the feeling, it was gone. So, make of that what you will. I've had a couple of experiences that I can't really explain, but they've never felt threatening, just strange. For a few years, I worked in Detroit at an old forge that had been converted into an assembly plant. The place was massive, over 1 million square feet. You can drive for several minutes inside and still not see another human being. On the weekends, I had to go in alone and do facility checks. I'd take a golf cart and drive through the entire plant, making sure there were no air leaks, no roof leaks, nothing mechanically failing. Security was technically on site, but they stayed outside or in their office. Inside was just me, in the dark. They didn't keep the lights on over the weekend except for a few safety rows, so it was mostly just my golf cart headlights cutting through this enormous empty industrial space. Concrete floors, steel beams, old brick walls from when it was still a forge. The building still carried that heavy, metallic smell, like heat had soaked into it decades ago and never left. Sound traveled weird in there. Even the electric hum of the cart felt really loud. One weekend I was doing my usual loop and drove past a staircase that led up to a mezzanine. These were the type of steel stairs where you could see through the gaps. As I passed, something caught my eye in the headlights. Just a pair of legs walking up the stairs. That's all I saw. From mid-thigh down, work pants, boots, stepping up like a normal person heading to the mezzanine. My brain didn't even register it as strange at first. I just assumed someone else was there. But I had to reason with myself. I had just checked that no one else was scheduled. I hit the brakes rather hard, enough that my cart jolted. I reversed a few feet and aimed the headlights directly at the stairs. Nothing. No one on the steps. No shadow at the top. There were no footsteps continuing across the mezzanine. Just empty steel stairs. So, where'd they go? I sat there for a minute, genuinely trying to decide if I'd just imagined a pair of pants. Maybe it was the angle of the light. Maybe a shadow from the machinery. But sometimes, despite how hard you try, you can't convince yourself that you didn't see what you saw. And what I saw was legs walking up the stairs. I didn't tell anyone that weekend. I figured it sounded ridiculous even to me. That Monday I ran into a second shift supervisor, a pretty level-headed guy. Half jokingly, I said, "Hey, I saw something strange this weekend. Maybe a ghost." Without missing a beat, he said, "Was it legs walking up the stairs?" I just stared at him. He shrugged, and he said that he'd seen the same thing before. Same staircase, same thing, just the lower half of someone heading up when he should have been alone. We didn't really elaborate beyond that. It was more like acknowledging a weird maintenance issue. Yeah, that happens. And then we went back to work. The other experience happened years later. Completely different setting, though. I drove out to the end of a country road by the lake around 2 a.m. to shoot astrophotography. I like getting pictures of the Milky Way when the sky is clear. It was summer, muggy, about 85 degrees even that late. Along with being incredibly dark, it's incredibly quiet out there. As I was setting up my tripod, I noticed something across the road, about 40 or 50 yards away. A wisp of mist formed. It wasn't rising from the ground like steam or drifting from anywhere. It just appeared, coiled slightly like breath on a cold day, except it was 85 degrees, and it drifted across the road. As I watched, its shape was undeniably human. I'm not saying it was a person, but it went from forming out of nowhere, and that's the shape it took on. I just stood there for a second thinking, huh. Then it dissipated, and that was it. There was absolutely no one else around, or cars, people, no vape smoke, nothing. I've had other incidents over the years, but none as clear as those two. Just something that's happened in front of me and didn't quite fit. I will say that neither of these experiences felt evil or bad in any way. Just that it was real enough to register. Something passing through its routine, and I happened to be there when it did. I've been practicing Wiccan for 5 years, relatively openly, and if you're in the community, you know the drill. People come to us all the time asking for phone calls from the afterlife, or immediate, flashy signs from their ancestors. I always tell them the same thing. Spirit doesn't work on a cellular plan. You can't force a connection. You build an altar, you leave the offering, and you keep your heart warm, and you wait. I've been waiting for my Grandpa Joe for 6 years. Joe was my person. He was a gruff, soft-hearted carpenter who smelled like cedar shavings and peppermint. He wasn't a magical person by trade, but he believed in the soul of things. When he passed, I kept his contact in my phone. I know it's a bit macabre, but I couldn't bring myself to hit delete. Every now and then, I'd send a text to his dead number just to vent about my day, knowing that it was going into a void. Then, my 27th birthday. I wasn't doing anything grand, just a small gathering with my best friend, who was also my coven sister. We had set up a small circle in my living room, lit some beeswax candles, and were mostly just drinking tea and laughing about old memories. I had Joe's photo on my ancestor altar, tucked between some dried lavender and a piece of petrified wood that he'd found in the desert. I'd lit a white candle for him earlier that evening, not asking for anything specific, just whispered, "I miss you, old man. Hope the fishing is good wherever you are." Around 10:30 p.m., my phone was sitting on the coffee table between me and my friend. I was in the middle of telling her about the time Grandpa Joe tried to teach me how to whistle using a blade of grass when the screen of my phone lit up. I was frozen, and my friend stopped talking. The caller ID didn't show a string of random digits or say unknown. In clear, bold letters, it read, Grandpa Joe. My heart didn't just skip a beat. It felt like it literally stopped. My first thought was a telemarketer. Spoofing numbers is common, right? But the odds of a bot spoofing a deactivated number on my birthday, while I was sitting a foot away from his altar talking about him. "Answer it," she said. Her eyes were wide. I imagine mine were too. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped the phone. I swiped the green icon and pressed it to my ear. I didn't say hello. I couldn't. My throat was a tight mixture of terror and an overwhelming, soaring hope. For the first 3 seconds there was only static, but not electronic static. It sounded like wind moving through pine trees. It was soft, a rushing sound that felt cool against my ear. Then it was a low, wheezy chuckle, unmistakable, the exact sound he used to make when he'd finally finished a difficult piece of furniture, or when he saw me walk through his front door. It was a laugh of pure, unadulterated recognition. I gasped, "Grandpa." There was no verbal reply, though. Instead, I heard a long, deep sigh. It wasn't a sigh of sadness or weariness. It was the sound a person makes when they finally sit down in their favorite chair after a long day. It was a sigh of utter contentment. It sounded like peace. And the line went dead immediately after. I looked at my phone. The call log showed a 12-second incoming call from his number. When I tried to call it back, knowing it wouldn't work, I got the standard, "This number is no longer in service." I spent the rest of the night just crying. But for the first time in 6 years, they weren't really grief tears. They were settled tears. In my practice, we talk a lot about the thin veil. We spend so much time trying to reach across it with incense and tarot and meditation, but sometimes the most powerful magic is just a simple acknowledgement. He didn't have a grand prophecy for me. He didn't have a warning. He just wanted to let me know that he was still around for the party. I blew out the candle on his altar, and for the first time the room didn't feel empty. It felt like him. It's safe to say I'm a skeptic by trade. I'm in grad school at UNC Wilmington, which basically means my life is a cycle of peer-reviewed journals and caffeine-induced insomnia. But 3 nights ago, around 11 p.m., I hit a wall. It wasn't unfamiliar territory, but this kind of writer's block felt more like a physical weight on my skull. My apartment felt too small, the air was too stagnant. I needed to move. I hopped in my truck and I headed for the end of the road. That's what we call the spot where US 421 just quits. It doesn't taper off or transition into a dirt path. It just dead ends into a lonely parking lot and a boat launch on Cape Fear River. The drive out there is a gauntlet of shadows. Once you pass the last of the streetlights, the coastal scrub, and the twisted oaks, they start to crowd the asphalt. By the time I pulled into the parking lot, I was miles from the nearest porch light. My headlights swept across the empty pavement. I was the only vehicle there. I checked my mirrors. Habit, I guess. And I saw nothing but the void of the Atlantic behind me. I was absolutely 100% alone. I killed the engine, and the silence that rushed in was heavy. Best I can describe is it wasn't the peaceful kind of silence you get from the woods. It was this expectant silence, like that of a tomb. I got out and started walking toward Battery Buchanan. For those who don't know the history, it's a massive earthen artillery battery, part of the old Confederate Fort Fisher complex. Thousands of men bled into the sand during the Civil War. It's a place of heavy history, but it's usually just quiet. I was rounding the base of the battery, heading toward a small stretch of sandy beach on the riverbank. The lights from the Sunny Point cargo docks across the water were shimmering on the surface of Cape Fear, sickly yellow and industrial orange, cutting through the dark. I was maybe 25 yards from the shoreline when the world just glitched. I was just looking at a patch of empty sand, and then, in the space between two heartbeats, I wasn't. A silhouette appeared. It was the shape of a person, but shape is the only human word that fits. It was a hole in the world. It was a flat, matte black that seemed to absorb all of the light from the docks across the river. There were no features, no fabric ripples or hair, just a two-dimensional void standing on the three-dimensional sand. Now, look, I've lived in the wilderness my whole life. I've been stalked by mountain lions in high country. I've even felt that primal prey instinct before. But this was different. This was like a strange, cold, vibrating dread that started in my bones, and it turned every hair on my arms into needles. I froze. I couldn't even command my lungs to take a breath. For 10 seconds, we just existed together. I watched the lights of the cargo docks across the river, or rather, I watched where they should have been. This thing was solid enough to block out the horizon, a black tear in the night. And then, just as it had arrived, it was gone. I didn't actually blink or look away. I don't even think I flinched. It didn't fade. The hole just simply closed. The dock lights snapped back into view, reflecting off the water where the figure had been standing a millisecond before. My fight or flight response skipped fight and went straight to afterburner. I didn't check for footprints or stay to investigate. I noped out of there so fast I nearly left my transmission on the asphalt. Here's the thing that's always bothered me. Fort Fisher isn't really known for this. You hear ghost stories about the battlefields in Virginia or Gettysburg, but the Cape Fear riverbank is usually just a spot for fishermen, tourists. I've had one other weird experience in my life, but I could always logic my way out of it if I tried hard enough. There is no logic for this one. No shadow plays or trick of the lights. You don't just unexist while someone is staring directly at you. Or do you? What I hoped to be a cure for my writer's block really just instilled a new fear in me. A fear of the end of the road and whatever it is that's out there. A few years ago, I was hiking in the woods in northern New Hampshire when I ran across what looked like an abandoned house. I love finding places just like this to explore, so obviously I was very curious about the house's contents. There was a pathway to the house made of stones that had been covered with weeds and various other vegetation. The house was surrounded by overgrown grass and tree limbs that had fallen, making it difficult to get to the porch. The front porch was small and made up of bricks that had a layer of moss grown all over it. It was obvious that no one had been there in many years. The front door was intact and locked from the inside. I didn't see any broken windows that I could fit through, and the windows on the front of the house were covered with a thick layer of dust or dirt. I couldn't see inside. I checked to see if the windows would open, but I suppose the wood had warped and swelled, so none of them would open. I gave up on getting inside the house and settled for walking around the backside of the house to explore the grounds around instead. When I made my way to the backside, I found a window that was a bit less dirty, and I was able to peek inside. I couldn't see much. What I did see was an area rug and what looked like a small table beside the window. I decided to try the back door on the off chance that it would be open and I could find out exactly what was going on with this mysterious house. Lo and behold, the back door was unlocked, but when I gave it a slight push, I could feel the frame was loose and weak. It didn't take much force to push it open. What I saw once inside completely took my breath away. I was standing in a kitchen, complete with dirty dishes in the sink, a drain board with old cups and glasses turned upside down from being washed but covered in a thick layer of dust now. There was a small kitchen table with drinking glasses on it and a newspaper that dated back to June of 1959. The cabinets were stocked with dishes, and there was a tall pantry that contained various jars of preserves of fruits and veggies that had obviously been canned by hand. Everything was covered in dust. I continued to walk through the house and found each room I entered to be completely furnished and covered in dust or dirt. There were spider webs throughout the entire home, as well as signs of rodent activity. There was a dresser, the drawers filled with clothes that had been chewed and nested in by what I assume were mice. In the closet hung more clothes. They'd begun to deteriorate and had holes from insects. Upon further inspection of a child's dress I found, it seemed that the clothes were also handmade. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which was obviously a room for children with 2 twin beds that were perfectly made up. The bedding was in poor condition, but it seemed to have been hand-stitched. Same thing in the other room, only it contained just 1 larger bed rather than 2. The cabinet in the bathroom had few toiletries, a straight-edge razor, as well as towels. They were neatly folded, but had now become a nest for small animals. At this point, I was pretty creeped out. I began feeling as if I was being watched. I decided it was time to leave this strange house that appeared to be stuck in time. As I walked through the short hallway that led me back into the living room, I decided to see what kind of pictures were hanging on the walls. I wiped some of the dust off of the pictures hanging near the doorway of what appeared to be the parents' bedroom. I discovered it was a photo of a wedding. The photo was very faded and appeared to have some type of mildew growing behind the glass. I decided to take a moment, check out a few more pictures in the frames. Most were of scenery or various still subjects. I found another photo hanging in the living room near the front door. This one was of the entire family. It was in even worse condition than the previous photos, but you could clearly make out a man, a woman holding what appeared to be a small infant, and 2 children sitting on the floor at their feet. I found this very odd as I hadn't seen any signs of an infant anywhere in the home. I don't know what could have possibly become of this family that lived in the house. Did they leave for work and school and never made it home? Did they decide to take off and leave all their worldly possessions behind? Why? What happened to the infant in the family? To this day, I have so many questions that I know I'll never have the answers to. I stumbled upon a home that day, not a house. That was a family's home that they lived in, experienced life in, and mysteriously disappeared from. I've never been back and never intend to. Just thinking about the place creeps me out. It was as if the family had no clue that they'd never return to their home the day that they just walked out the door. And it was apparent that no one had come looking for them. So there you have it. I found a family's home hidden in the deep woods of northern New Hampshire. I didn't leave this job, at least not while I was in the original building. I worked second shift at a call center in the early 90s. The business itself operated first shift, but we came alive around dinner time, calling households while people were watching TV or finishing meals. We occupied 2 buildings that had been renovated into one, 3 stories on one side, 4 on the other, connected by a covered atrium. They had charm, too much charm, honestly. One elevator still had the old decorative cage that you had to slide shut by hand, but the one on our side, the smaller elevator, was stranger. Each floor had a regular wooden door with a knob, like a closet. There was a safety lock so you couldn't open it unless the elevator was there. The door had one of those hydraulic arms at the top so that it would close gently and slowly. The elevator itself was barely bigger than a pantry. You controlled it with a rocker arm. Pull it up, push it down. If you didn't ease off at the right time, you'd stop between floors. New hires did it constantly. Rumor had it that the building used to be a hotel, a seedy one. Some said a brothel. There were whispers about murders, but I never confirmed any of that. I never went digging. I never saw anything myself, but other people did. There were occasional reports, shadows, figures, that feeling of being watched. One coworker I was very close with swore that she saw a woman in the big elevator going up. White dress, no face. She still stands by that story. And everyone agreed on one thing. The basement passageway to the break room felt wrong. It's the only way we could describe it. Even people who didn't believe in ghosts would hurry through it. For years, nothing major happened. Then we announced we were moving. Business was booming, and we were relocating 2 blocks south to a high-rise. Everyone was excited. New space, bigger floors, better lighting, and that's when things picked up. Sightings increased. More people reported feeling watched. Doors would slam on empty floors. There was a heaviness in the building that hadn't been there before. Or maybe we just hadn't noticed it until we were preparing to leave. We always had a receptionist stationed on the ground floor. I'll call her Athena. She had worked second shift with us for years and was not dramatic, not someone who over-exaggerated. One night, that small elevator's ground floor door slammed. Not closed normally, slammed. Hard enough that we heard it clearly on the 2nd and 3rd floors. I ran down the stairs. Athena was standing there, pale, completely pale. She just kept saying, "It just shut. It just shut by itself." That shouldn't have been possible. That door had a hydraulic arm designed specifically to prevent it from slamming. It closed slowly, every time. We tried to force it over and over, and it wouldn't slam. The mechanism wouldn't allow it. But that night, it did. No one was in the elevator. No one was even near the door. After that, it felt like the building knew. Within weeks, we moved. The business thrived for years in the new location, then eventually got bought out and disappeared. The old buildings are still there. About 13 years after we left, another company moved into that space. I applied for a job there just to get inside again. I wasn't qualified. I didn't want the job. I just wanted to stand in those halls one more time. Now the building has been converted into luxury lofts. Sometimes I think about the people living there. I wonder if the basement still feels wrong. I wonder if anyone has figured out how the elevator door managed to slam. And I wonder whether whatever was there got upset when we left, or if it was just reacting to being left behind again. I work maintenance at a distribution center that runs 24/7. It's not an old factory like some of the other towns, but the property itself is older. The building sits on what used to be a rail yard. They paved over everything in the 90s and put up this massive warehouse. High ceilings, endless racking, conveyor belts that snake through the building like arteries. On night shifts, I feel like it's a different world. The overhead lights are motion activated in certain zones, so whole sections of the building sit in darkness until you move through them. You'll walk down an aisle, and lights will click on in a chain reaction ahead of you. Behind you, they shut off, one by one. It makes the place feel alive in a way that's hard to describe. Part of my job is responding to sensor faults. If a conveyor jams or a door alarm triggers, I have to go check it out. About a year ago, I got an alert to a door vault in Zone 6. That's one of the older sections of the warehouse. Less traffic, mostly overflow inventory. The system showed the emergency exit had been opened, which is strange because those doors are alarmed and tied to security. If one opens, you know immediately. I grabbed my radio and drove the little electric maintenance cart over there. Zone 6 was dark when I pulled up. As I walked down the aisle, the lights came on overhead in that staggered way that they do. The exit door was at the far end, closed. No alarm sounding anymore. The panel on the wall showed that it had been triggered for exactly 14 seconds. 14 seconds isn't a glitch. That's enough time for a door to open and close. I checked the handle. Locked. Cold to the touch. I pushed it open to test it. Alarm blared instantly like it should. So it worked. I figured maybe someone from shipping had propped it earlier and it logged late. It happens. As I turned to head back, I saw movement at the end of the adjacent aisle. Just someone walking. I could see the back of them between the racking. High-vis vest, hard hat. Normal. I called out. "Hey, you work in Zone 6? No response. They turned down the cross aisle and disappeared from view. I assumed it was one of the forklift operators, though I didn't know they were there. When I got back to the maintenance office, I asked over the radio who had been in Zone 6. Silence for a second. Then dispatch came back and said, "No one's assigned there tonight. Forklifts are in Zone 2 and 4. I said I just saw someone walking out of 6 wearing a vest after I got an alert for the door. Dispatch paused and said, "Security shows no badge scans in that sector for the last hour." Well, security needs to check Zone 6, I let him know, because I had just badged in over there. I'd even set off the alarm. Sure, I'd turned it off, but someone should go check it out. And so they did. I checked the camera footage later that night with security after they came up empty-handed. The camera facing the exit door clearly showed the door crack open about a foot and then close. But there's no one in frame. No shadow, no visible person, just the door moving. We rewound it 3 times. I asked them to see the aisle camera, the one that would have caught the person walking away. There was nothing, just an empty aisle. None of us could explain any of the things that didn't make sense. We were forced to just move on. And that's what we did. That's what we do. I still work there. I haven't seen any phantom people. And Zone 6, as far as I know, hasn't given anybody any trouble in over a year. Every April, my family spends a week at our lake house in Louisiana. This year, we took my cousin because his parents were fighting again. My uncle is a real prick, so he stays with us a lot. Benji is 12 and on the way to being just like his father, so, needless to say, I wasn't happy to be stuck with him for an entire week. At least when he stayed with us at home, I could go out with friends. I know when you think lake house, you imagine swimming and jet skis, but it's not that kind of place. At least not this lake. It's all swampland and alligators, and that's how we could afford the property in the first place. If anything, it's more of a lake shack. There were too many snakes and bugs for my taste, so I usually watch TV and play Xbox. Benji, however, is an avid little fisherman, and his favorite kind is noodling. If you're not familiar with the term, it's also called hand fishing. It's illegal in over half the state, so allow me to explain. Noodling is when you go into muddy water and stick your arm into a giant catfish hole. If you're lucky, the fish will latch on and you can pull it out. Sounds fun, right? There's a few problems. It can be fairly dangerous for a number of reasons. Chief among those reasons, lots of things live in holes, snakes and snapping turtles among them. The first rule is to never stick your hand in a hole that's not 100% submerged. You also want to wear a protective glove, if not a full sleeve, or you can get cut up pretty badly. Our first day on the lake, Benji wanted to go noodling, but my parents warned him about the gators and reminded him that noodling season wouldn't even start until next month. For the next 2 days, Benji fished from the pier, and we all did our own thing. On the third day, my parents drove into town, and I was placed on babysitting duty. Benji immediately went back to the pier, and I went to my Xbox. All should have been well, but an hour later, I heard his screams. They were the kind of screams that let you know something awful was happening. Filled with pain and terror, I thought someone was attacking him, so I grabbed my dad's rifle on the way out, but it was so much worse than I thought. As I would later learn, Benji saw my parents leaving as a chance to go noodling. He didn't have his glove, and he had never done it without his dad being there to watch over him. After a couple of empty holes, he tried one that had some kind of sharp debris sticking through the wall. It cut into his forearm and down the length of his hand before he could get free. To hide what he had done, he tried to wash the blood off in the lake, hoping to wrap his arm in a t-shirt and bandage the wound before anyone noticed. Unfortunately, splashing your bloody hand in alligator-infested waters is a very bad thing to do, especially when you're a small boy. He never even noticed the gator as it approached, only after it lunged. It latched onto his hand and began dragging him down. That's when the screaming started. The water he was standing in was just over ankle deep, but the gator was trying to get him in a death roll. I was halfway there when the gator flipped him over. Benji's head went beneath the water, and I thought he was dead. I imagined explaining to my parents and the police how his parents would react, but just as quickly he was back, screaming louder than ever, but flailing too much to see anything more than a blur of movement. Suddenly, I was in the water with him. The gator was just making his second death roll attempt, and I fired straight into its underbelly. Its mouth opened, and I dragged Benji out of the lake by his good arm. He was still screaming bloody murder. People from the other houses were making their way down to us. 3 other guys put the alligator out of its misery, while someone else called an ambulance. I was in total shock. It wasn't until some lady started tending to Benji's wound that I saw the damage. His hand was barely left attached. It just hung there by a thin strip of skin and muscle, like a dead piece of meat. I could see jagged ends of broken bone sticking out of the red, stained flesh, and it made me puke. My parents arrived moments after the paramedics. Benji was airlifted to a hospital with my mom while Dad and I followed in the car. It took us 2 hours to get there. By then, the doctors had determined that there was no chance of saving his hand and had begun surgery. This happened the first week of April, so it's been a couple of weeks now. Benji's home from the hospital, but in poor spirits, as expected. I feel awful. No one has specifically blamed me, but I should have kept a better eye on him. My aunt and uncle openly blamed my parents. I don't know if they'll ever be able to fix their relationship. Even though they won't say it, I know they blame me too. The way they look at me now is just awful. Whoever's fault it was, Benji will pay the price for the rest of his life now. Even if he was being a snotty brat, most kids are. They don't know any better, and no one deserves this kind of lesson at 12 years old. I'm not much of a woo-woo person, as my niece likes to call it. I like spreadsheets, predictable outcomes, and honestly the smell of fresh coffee in the morning. But something happened maybe a week ago that I can't quantify. And frankly, I'm still sitting in my living room looking at the empty space on the couch where it occurred. Back in college about 15 years ago, I dated a girl named Elena. We were that it couple, the kind that everyone assumed would eventually get married and have a brood of kids. It didn't happen. Life, distance, and the slow erosion of young love took care of that. We hadn't spoken in nearly a decade, save for the occasional happy birthday text that eventually fizzled out around 2018. Elena had a signature. It wasn't a piece of jewelry or a catchphrase. It was a scent. It was this high-end, slightly obscure perfume, something with notes of wet pavement, gardenias, and a sharp hit of ozone. She called it the storm. I don't know what it was really called, though. Last Tuesday, I was sitting in my house. It was perfectly mundane. No windows were open because it's January and freezing. No candles were lit. I was just scrolling through my phone, the TV humming in the background, and then it hit me. It wasn't a faint whiff. It was as if someone had walked directly into the room and shattered a bottle of the storm on the hardwood floor. I froze, with my heart racing at first, and then it just paused. The scent was so thick I could almost taste the gardenias on my tongue. It was intoxicating and jarringly familiar. For a split second, I wasn't 37 in a suburb. I was 21 again, sitting in a cramped dorm room, watching Elena brush her hair. "Do you smell that?" I actually said it out loud to the empty room. I stood up and walked toward the kitchen, following the trail. The scent moved. It didn't dissipate like a normal aerosol. It felt like it was swirling. It settled on the couch, right next to where I was sitting. I sat down on the spot next to it. The air felt inexplicably warm. I didn't feel scared. I guess the strangest part was I felt this overwhelming sense of peace. It felt like a hug from someone who had already left the room. I sat in that scent for 20 minutes, just remembering her laugh, the way she used to tuck her hair behind her ear. She wasn't dead, so I don't know why I was remembering her in such a way. The scent began to fade at exactly 7:42. It didn't drift away, just ceased to be, leaving the room smelling like stale air and old upholstery again. Something magnificent and beautiful, and now just regular. I sat there thinking about her, considering reaching out even. It was 8:15 p.m. when my phone buzzed. It was Mark, a mutual friend from the college days, one who had married his sweetheart. We hadn't spoken in over a year. "Hey, man." His voice was thick and forced. "I didn't want you to see this on social media first. It's about Elena." I already knew. I think I'd known since the first hit of gardenia touched my nose. "She's gone, isn't she?" I asked. Mark paused, surprised. "Yeah, about an hour ago. Complications from that surgery that she had last month. It was sudden. Caitlin said she passed peacefully around 7:30. I looked at the clock. 7:30 p.m. had to have been exactly when the smell had filled my living room. I have spent the last few days Googling olfactory hallucinations, grief response, trying to find a logical bridge to cross. But the data doesn't add up, not how I like it. I wasn't thinking about her. I wasn't grieving. I was thinking about my taxes. But I believe she found me. In those final moments, when the soul is supposed to be untethering itself from the world, she took a little detour, stopped by a quiet house 3 states away, just to leave a little bit of her storm behind. I really hope she heard me when I told her thanks for stopping by, and I hope she knew how much I loved her. Both of these things happened in New Mexico, in roughly the same stretch of land. If you've ever driven from Belene to Mountaineer, you know the road. After you leave town, it turns into a long, straight run across Becker Flats, nearly an hour of flat, empty highway with nothing to break it up. Becker Flats has a reputation. Locals will tell you all kinds of things about it. Drug smugglers landing planes on the highway, strange animals no one can identify, UFO sightings. There's even a ranch out there, mountain shadows, that people love to whisper about, most of which I'm sure is just recycled satanic panic nonsense. Still, the place has a feel to it. Even if you don't buy into the stories, you notice it. The first thing happened in 1990. I was driving across Becker Flats around 9 p.m., doing about 70 with my high beams on. There was no traffic or weather, really, just a clear night, long stretch of empty road. Out of nowhere, something ran in front of my car. It was an ant. And not metaphorically, not ant-like. A literal ant. 6 legs, 3 body segments, antenna. Perfectly clear in the headlights. It was about 14 inches long, though, roughly the size of a shoebox. The moment the light hit it, it stopped and froze in place. I didn't have time to swerve. Both tires hit it. Then the rear, and instead of crushing it, the car lifted. Not much, but enough that I felt it. Enough that it made a tremendous noise, like hitting a speed bump at high speed. The whole car jolted. I nearly lost control. I pulled over shaking, half expecting to see something, a smear, a body, anything. But there was nothing. No remains and no damage to the car. No explanation that could make any sense. I got back in and drove the rest of the way home, trying very hard not to think about what I'd just run over, or how something that size could exist at all. The second thing happened a few months later, in almost the exact same area. This time it was earlier, just after sunset, around 7 p.m. I was still a good 30 minutes from Mountaineer where I lived. I passed a man walking on the side of the highway, heading the same direction I was. That alone was unusual. You don't see pedestrians out there. There's nowhere to walk. I slowed down to get a better look. He appeared to be Native American, most likely Navajo. His hair was long and tied back in a bun. He wore a red bandana around his forehead like a sweatband, jeans, a blue t-shirt, and an old army field jacket. OD green, no camouflage. Vietnam-era style. The sleeves had lighter patches where rank stripes had clearly been removed, 3 of them, like a sergeant. He had on black, pointy-shoed cowboy boots and a silver concho belt. Nothing about him looked out of place individually. It was in the context that didn't fit. I remember thinking, that's odd, and I kept driving. About 30 minutes later, I reached Mountaineer, and I passed the cantina on the main drag. Going slow, since the speed limit there is 30. I saw the same man pulling open the door to go inside. Same bandana, jacket, boots, belt. There had been no other cars that had passed me to drive into town. Even if he'd managed to hitch a ride immediately after I found him on Becker Flats, there's no way he could have beaten me there. As I crept past, he turned his head and he looked directly at me. He held my gaze until I was gone. I told a few friends about it, mostly to see if anyone recognized him. They didn't, but they told me that I should be careful for a while. Said I'd been marked by a skinwalker. I genuinely thought that was really silly, and I did laugh it off. I assumed they were messing with me. But I asked a couple of guys that I knew who were Navajo and Zuni. I described the man, told them where and when I'd see him, and they didn't laugh. In fact, they told me the same thing, and then they told me to never mention it again. So, oops. I went to college in rural Appalachia, and if you spend any time there, you hear the rules. Don't whistle in the woods, never stay out after dark, ignore crying sounds deep in the trees. They sound like silly superstitions until you're actually out there. I kept trying to forget about this story, but years later, the sheer panic of the night still surfaces, so it's worth sharing. This particular night, I ignored the most important rule: stay out of the woods from dusk till dawn. I was on a very rural, isolated stretch of the Blue Ridge Parkway with my girlfriend. We found a pull-off perfect for watching the sunset. It was beautiful, silent, and felt entirely safe. We got comfortable, laying down in the back of my car to watch the colors fade. We got so relaxed we started dozing off. I woke up naturally, maybe 45 minutes after the sun had completely dropped. The transition was instantaneous and jarring. It wasn't just dark, it was smothering. Absolute blackness that seemed to press in from all sides. The initial beauty was gone. And the first thing I noticed was the silence. The woods had been full of chirps and late-day buzzing before we fell asleep. Now they were dead quiet. No crickets or wind, just a heavy, unnatural vacuum. This sickening feeling instantly washed over me. It was the primal, unmistakable sense of being watched. Not just observed, but hunted even. I felt every hair stand up, and the back of my neck prickled with a cold dread that had nothing to do with the temperature. I knew we needed to leave now. I gently tried to shake my girlfriend awake, trying to keep my movements slow and quiet, terrified of making a sound. And that's when the silence finally broke. It wasn't a rustle or a snap of a twig. It was a sound that punched the dark and ripped right through me. A gut-wrenching, full-throated scream from the woods right beside the car. I know what mountain lions and foxes sound like. This was not an animal. This was the sound of a full-grown human being screaming bloody, agonizing murder. It sounded like pure, unfiltered terror, maybe suffering. I reacted instantly. Adrenaline flooded my system. I scrambled out of the car, slammed the trunk shut, and I sprinted to the driver's door, fumbling for the lock. As my hand went from the ignition, the sound changed. The screaming stopped, replaced by an unsettling, almost maniacal, cackling laughter. It seemed to be traveling and getting closer. And beneath the laughter, I heard a distinct, heavy thud of footsteps bolting straight toward us through the brush. My key twisted in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I didn't look in the mirrors or look toward the trees. I didn't care about the gravel flying. I matted the gas pedal, and I got the hell out of there. The car fishtailed slightly on the loose dirt, and the sounds, the laughter, the heavy running, were instantly swallowed by the distance. Neither of us spoke the entire drive back to campus. We were both pale, shaking, just staring straight ahead. I've avoided that stretch of the parkway ever since. There's no hiking trails or buildings or campsites anywhere near where we parked. I have absolutely no idea what was out there. All I know is that if I hadn't woke up exactly when I did, well, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. I guess I'd just say, don't go wandering in those woods after dark. Some rules are worth abiding by. I've spent months of my life under canvas. I'm not the type to get spooked by a snapping twig or a nocturnal animal. In fact, when we set up camp near Table Mountain this past December, I was the one playing the skeptic. But looking back, the vibe of the woods had shifted the second we stepped back onto our site after our afternoon hike. My friend and I had just finished a very brutal climb, leaving our other two buddies behind to prep the firewood. As we crested the final ridge towards camp, my friend stopped dead in his tracks. He pointed toward the clearing and said, "Oh hey, I see Nick." I looked. I didn't see anyone. When we actually walked into the site, Nick and our other friend were zipped inside the tent. They hadn't actually been outside for an hour. My friend looked ill. He was insisting that he'd seen a man in a gray t-shirt in the middle of a freezing December, standing right by our gear. He assumed it was Nick, changing. The guys inside the tent didn't make it any better, though. They told us that while we were gone, they'd actually heard footsteps circling the nylon walls, that they were constant, even making them check. They were so convinced that it was us returning, they didn't bother looking out at first. We were miles away at that time. In the woods, you make your presence known. You don't poke around someone else's inhabited site unless you're looking for trouble. It was the first red flag, but I brushed it off. I told them it was probably just a stray hiker or animal, and started prepping dinner. As the sun went down, the sounds started up again, heavy sloshing in the nearby river, like someone in boots was wading through the current. Then a faint, rhythmic drumming almost. Thump, 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 on repeat. My friend was visibly vibrating with nerves at this point. Being the brave one, I decided to mess with him. I started clicking my high-lumen flashlight on and off, pointing it into the dark, pretending that I saw something just to get a rise out of him. But on the fourth click, the joke died with me. The beam hit a gap between two ancient oaks, and there, hunched over the frozen ground, was a figure. It was gray, the color of wet ash. Its limbs were impossibly long, and as the light hit it, it seemed to shift. If it was facing forward before, it was now facing backward, but it had done so in an impossible speed. This clearly wasn't just some person. It seemed to vibrate in place. It definitely wasn't standing still. It was shaking somehow. It started to fold over. I remember thinking, is it just me or does that thing seem to be shifting into something else? As soon as I had that thought, The thing in front of us just condensed into a ball of light and then vanished. No one said anything for a minute. And the first thing that someone said was, "It was a deer. That was just a deer." None of us could even remotely hold on to that. What had they seen? What I saw wasn't a deer. I live in the country. I see deer every day of my life. But for the next hour, there was this weird smell in the air. It was like rotten eggs, and it just drifted through the camp. It followed us. When we finally retreated into the tent, the smell was already inside, like it was just waiting for us. We just sat there in the dark, whispering about what had happened, trying to find a logical exit ramp. The longer we whispered about what we thought it could be, the weirder things felt. The fire outside, which had been nothing but glowing embers, suddenly roared back to life. We could hear the heat through the tent. The wood was popping and hissing as if someone had dumped a gallon of accelerant on it. But then as quickly as it had started, the fire died, and everything was truly silent. We just waited for the sun. People ask if I was ever scared to go back. I'm not really scared, I guess. I'm confused. I'm a camper. I know the sounds of the forest, but whatever that wasn't a hiker, and it wasn't a deer. So what the hell was it? I haven't given this much thought, partially intentional, but mostly because there's not many reasons for the subject to resurface. When I was in high school, my dad brought home a real barfly one night, one that said she was into witchcraft, something a sad woman hoping to gain favor with her suitor's kin would say. I think her name was Donnie, so I'll call her Donnie. When they got back to the house, my dad instantly passed out the moment he hit the couch, and he was Donnie's ride home. We didn't have a big house, and it felt wrong leaving her in the living room, so I sat in the kitchen with her, and she told me about her son that was around my age, her job, and why she started getting into witchcraft. Her ex-husband wasn't a good guy, and that got him into trouble with people he owed money to. When he went missing, Donnie knew exactly what happened, because his ghost made contact with her. That's how she knew he didn't just up and run off. His ghost came to her, told her where to find his stash. The very next day, a few guys forced their way into her house with guns. There was a scar above Donnie's left eye, about 3 inches long, from where one of the men had pistol whipped her. They probably would have killed her if she didn't have the rest of the goods they were looking for. She said that her life used to be a lot different, and the witchcraft that she was trying to learn was banishment spells, because after her ex gave her the warning, his spirit never left the house. She said his energy clouded up the room like cigarette smoke, heavy, dark. Every inhale felt like a struggle to hold in tears. The spells she was trying hadn't worked up to the point where I'd met her. I could tell by the way she described her problem. It felt current, and she never concluded with a resolution. I only heard about her failed spells and how every time they didn't work, it would increase the negative energy in her home. It was unbearable. Her son was a baby at the time, and Donnie said that she would hear her ex's voice coming through the baby monitor. Whispers, apologies. She said she forgave him over and over, screaming it out into the nothingness. I forgive you, please go to heaven now. But she said that he never did. Donnie thought that him being there left the spiritual door open for more things to enter her home, as the figures that she'd seen passing through the hallways weren't always her ex's shape. She said that she was once woken up by her son's shrieks in the baby monitor. He didn't have many words to describe what scared him, but the words he did use were specific. When she picked him up, he was in hysterics, saying, "Bad, mommy hurt." Donnie claimed, along with her ex's ghost, she'd seen a glimpse of a tall, rail-thin figure, one with long hair, standing in the living room one morning. She disappeared like the memory of a dream right in front of her. But she believed it wasn't pareidolia and associated her son's bad mommy with that entity. When she was a teenager, around my age at the time, Donnie said she tried to off herself in a bathtub. She said that she did die, but she was brought back to life. She thinks that's why she's more tuned in to the spiritual realm. I let her talk, not necessarily believing her stories, but not challenging or being rude, just giving her attention, but not taking it serious. Not until Donnie said, "Your mom loves you." It caught me off guard because I wouldn't think my dad would have opened up about her death, but apparently he hadn't told her anything about my mom. Donnie knew nothing about her, and surely not that she was dead. It came out of nowhere, and I felt the tears form on my eyelids. I wasn't feeling emotional or sad. It was the weirdest sensation. But I believed something prompted Donnie to deliver that message. I wouldn't have taken anything seriously if I didn't sit there and listen to her ramble that night. It was a really strange thing that didn't seem to go further than that night. She said the comment, then immediately started talking about how she likes the band Slipknot. I didn't see Donnie again after that night, and I've always wondered what happened to her. Bringing home floozies from the bar wasn't uncommon for my dad. There were girls before and after Donnie. I don't even think my dad would remember her name if I asked about her. But we shared a moment that I'll never forget that night. And I'll always be curious what happened with Donnie. So I was a brand new truck driver, maybe about 2 months solo and running for Werner. I was on some back road in the middle of Southwest Texas, and I was trying to find a place to pull over for a 30. I saw a truck ahead of me pull out of what I call a make-a-spot area. So I pulled in where they had been, and I turned off the truck. It was about 75 degrees outside with a light breeze, clear skies, perfect weather. So I grabbed my dog to let her out to go potty, and we're out around the area around the landing gear when I look up and see a random red light, kind of a brake light red, in the distance, maybe 200 or 250 yards out. The area that we parked in had one of those huge 10-foot fences and nothing but those Texas brush trees that weren't very tall. Well, my dog gets done peeing and we're standing there. I'm watching this light just bob up and down, move side to side in the distance. I'm thinking it's probably someone on an ATV or a pickup truck or something, whatever. Well, it gets closer. And now there's thrashing sounds coming from the bushes in its direction. Now my dog, Zoe, at the time was a very sweet border collie. Wouldn't hurt a fly. She ran from most anything and she was fast. Regardless, she's standing there watching this light bob up and down too. And I notice all of her hackles are raised, and I start hearing that low, nasty growl. The kind where you know you're about to get destroyed by a dog. The light's coming closer now. The sounds are getting louder, but it's not an ATV. The height is wrong. It's maybe 8 or 10 feet in the air now, and it's still moving in a zigzag pattern toward the truck. Well, Zoe barks at it. The light pauses and starts to now come towards us incredibly fast. Same zigzag pattern. Me being the idiot, I can feel everything in me telling me to run, hide, escape, but it's just some ass in the middle of Texas playing some army games or poaching, right? Well, I yell out that I'm armed, don't come any closer, who's there, etc. But it just keeps coming. So I'm like, fuck this, I'm out. I have to drag my dog back to the truck. She was very trained on a leash, and she never needed to be told twice, but she was pulling hard. She wants to kill whatever the hell was coming at us now. So as the sounds are getting louder and the lights are getting brighter, in a semi-panic, I pick up my dog, throw her into the truck, get in, slam the door, slam my hand on the locks just in time for something, a large black shadow with red lights in the front of it, sail over the 10-foot fence and slam into the side of my truck. I didn't want any part of this. I violated my logs and I didn't even put on my seatbelt. Jamming gears? Oh yeah. We got up to 65 miles an hour pretty quickly. A few miles down the road, I found a tiny gas station in one stoplight town. It had just enough room for a truck to park so I could take my 30. Next afternoon, after I had delivered my load, I was coming out of a shipping office and I noticed the entire sleeper of my truck, on the passenger side, was dented inward ever so slightly. I never found that road, never found the pull-off. I don't even remember which road it was, but it was one of the weirdest things I've ever encountered. This is the only experience I've ever had that genuinely made my skin crawl, long after it happened. It took place when I was working at a summer camp years ago. If you've ever worked at one of those camps tucked deep into the woods, you know the kind of place that I mean. Real old wooden cabins, bunk beds stacked 3 high, made of the same material as the cabin. That constant sound of insects and wind moving through the trees at night. During the day, the place was loud and busy because kids are running everywhere. But once the lights went out, everything changed. The cabins would get quiet, in a way that felt almost too quiet. The reason this particular experience stuck with me starts a little earlier than that summer. There was another staff member at the camp who gave several of us a very bad feeling. I won't go into detail, but enough concerns came up that I eventually reported him to the camp administration. It turned out that those concerns weren't unfounded. Within a few days, he was fired and removed from the camp. Not long after that, we heard that he had taken his own life. No one talked about it much after that, but let's just say no one really felt sorry for the guy. Camps tend to move forward quickly, and most of us tried not to dwell on it. But a few weeks later, something happened that I was never able to shake. I was asleep in my bunk one night in the staff cabin. The room was dark, except for a little moonlight coming through the window. At some point in the middle of the night, I woke up suddenly. Before I could even process why, I felt something grab my shoulder. Not a light touch, a firm grip. And then it pulled, hard enough that my upper body shifted across the mattress. For a split second, I thought one of the other counselors must be messing with me, and it wasn't funny. But when I opened my eyes, there was no one there. The cabin was still. Everyone else was asleep. I sat up immediately and looked around the room. Nothing had moved. I stayed awake for the rest of that night, just listening to the quiet of the cabin and the sound of people breathing in their bunks. I didn't tell many people about it at the time because it sounded ridiculous even to me. But I was forced to think about it again and deeper the following summer. Someone else who returned to work at the camp told me that they had seen a man standing near the edge of the property late one night. They described him clearly enough that there wasn't really any doubt who they thought it was. They said he looked exactly like the former staff member, just standing there between the trees, watching the cabins. Then he was gone. I don't know what happened that night in my bunk. I can't say for certain who grabbed my shoulder, but I know one thing. It felt exactly like someone who didn't belong there trying to get my attention. It was late summer when this happened. Humid air, still as glass. My mother had gone to bed hours ago, and I was the last one awake. I remember because the clock on the wall had just clicked past midnight, and I was sitting at the kitchen table, trying to finish a book. The window over the sink was open, and I could hear the crickets. and the slow groan of the back porch swing moving in the wind. Except there wasn't any wind. Not that night. At first, I thought maybe it was the old wooden frame shifting, but then I heard it again. The slow creak, like weight being added and released, back and forth. I got up, still holding my book, and I peered out the window. The porch light was off, but there was just enough moonlight to see the swing. It was moving, gently, the way that it does when someone sits in it. Only no one was there. Then the swing stopped, in a way that can only be described as unnatural. Then, from the darkness of the tree line surrounding the house, something moved. It wasn't a person, I knew that right away. It was far too tall and thin, and it just didn't move right. It stepped forward, just enough for the light to catch on its shape, and my heart literally stopped. I couldn't make out a face, only the absence of one. A darker patch of black in the night. I'd never seen anything like it. I blinked and it was gone. The swing creaked again. I don't know what made me do it, but I went to the back door. Maybe I thought I'd imagined it. Maybe I just wanted to prove I wasn't scared, even though I was. I flipped on the porch light and the swing was perfectly still now. But the door, the one that had been locked 100 times before, was cracked open just an inch. My mom was meticulous about locking up, always double-checking, always. I pushed it shut, locked it again, and stood there listening. Nothing but my own pulse in my ears. But then something pressed against the side of the door. Just one soft, deliberate push, enough to make the wood creak inward. I remember whispering, "Mom," before realizing she couldn't have made it downstairs that fast. The pressure stayed there, steady, just holding. When I stepped back, it stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway until the sun came up, watching that door, waiting for the knob to turn. The next morning, when I went outside, I saw footprints in the dew, bare, human-shaped, but too long, with deep impressions where the toes should have been. They led from the woods straight to the porch and stopped right at the door. Nothing led away from the house. It's been years since that night, and that was the only incident I ever had. The house is gone now, sold, torn down, replaced by something newer. But I still dream about the house. Sometimes, just the porch swing. This happened well over 10 years ago, before I ditched my old apartment and my even older landline. I was 25, living alone, and already a bit jumpy from too many late nights. The calls started around 11:30 p.m., always. The phone would ring twice, and then just stop. Just enough for me to get a look at the caller ID before it went silent. And every single time, the screen displays the same 7 digits, my own phone number. The first few nights I chalked it up to a glitch in the ancient telephone system. Maybe my line was looping back. It was annoying, but I just muted the ringer and went to bed. I had an answering machine for any emergencies. Eventually, that feature just stopped working, and I was hearing the ringing again. I couldn't ignore it. It was a repetitive, ghost-like calling of my own phone number. It felt less like an error and more like something intentional. After so many times of this happening, the screen lit up with my number again and I snapped. I picked up on the second ring before I could hang up. Silence. Just a faint, high-pitched white noise hiss that sounded like a vacuum being run in another room. I was about to hang up, and then I heard a voice. incredibly low and flat, and it cut through the static. It sounded digitized or mechanical, like an old speech synthesizer. "Where did you put the key?" It wasn't a question asked to me, but it was a question. I hung up the phone, and for some reason my hands were shaking. I even unplugged the phone for 24 hours, convinced that whatever had been trying to call was a prank, that they had some sort of voice synthesizer, they were recording for my reaction, I don't know, something. Eventually I plugged it back in, and of course it rang, with my number. I picked up on the second ring, dread mixing with a bit of rage. Before I could yell, the same flat voice repeated the same phrase. "Where did you put the key?" "Stop calling this number," I shouted. "Who is this? Just stop." There was a pause on the other end, and then it sounded like someone was going to speak, and the voice came back. This time it was a little different. It didn't sound like a recording. It sounded personally aware. Under the third tile. "You know what I mean, Brandon." For sure, it felt personal now. That was my name, obviously. I live on the 4th floor of a standard carpeted apartment complex. There's no tiles, no basements, no keys hidden anywhere. But that's my name. This time I disconnected the phone for more than just a couple of days, and I never reconnected that exact landline. I threw away the phone and the answering machine, and I got a new cell phone. I don't know what was calling me or who, but I know that as soon as I disconnected that line, it stopped. I never experienced any sort of harassment or anything in my real life. So, was it a prank? Maybe. But if it was a little too chilling for my taste. I know I wasn't the first person to move out of that place. Seemed to have a high turnaround. No pranksters ever came forward. I've always been inclined to believe that it was something a little more than that. I just don't know how. When I was a kid, we always used to see my great-grandfather in the house that I grew up in. Apparently, he took a shine to me, since I was born about a year after he died, so he followed me when I moved out on my own. I was married and pregnant with my oldest child, and the apartment we lived in had 2 stories. I was walking down the stairs toward the end of my term, and I lost my balance. I felt him grab my ankle and shove my foot back onto the stair. When I said thank you, he brushed his finger over my cheek, which had been his way of letting me know that he was there since I was small. Another experience I had, one of my best friends, his favorite pranks was to zap my car. I'd get in and the stereo, the heat, the AC, the wipers, everything would be on full blast. The station would even be changed to his favorite music over mine. How he did this from 1,000 miles away, I never figured out. But when I found it, I would always yell his name. I'd get a text or a call within a few minutes and he'd be laughing. About 15 years ago, he died very suddenly. In the week of his funeral, which I was unable to attend, I got in my car and promptly got zapped. Without thinking, I yelled at him, and I heard him laugh and say, "Gotcha." My last experience is a memorable one. I was in the ER after having a bad miscarriage, compounded by a bad reaction to the unknown pain meds that were given to me in my IV. I was alone, cold, bleeding, feeling my heart slowing down, and I dropped my call button, so I couldn't even ring for help. All of a sudden, I'd felt not my great-grandfather, but my grandfather who had died 20 years earlier. He came into the room, took my hand, and said, "You didn't think I'd let you go through this alone, did you?" He sat with me, held my hand until my then husband arrived. He saw my condition and started screaming for help. My grandfather's worst fear was dying alone. and my mom sat and held his hand until he died. I think he came back to make sure that if the worst happened, I wouldn't be alone either. When I was 13, my family stayed at my mom's friend's house in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Really beautiful and desolate. I didn't really sleep well the first night because I had to sleep in the living room, which had floor-to-ceiling windows on 2 of the walls overlooking this beautiful scenery. There were no blinds or curtains. I finally got tired around 1 a.m. after hours of watching TV and got ready to sleep. I accidentally knocked an ashtray down and picked up the butts. I told myself that I'd clean up the ashes in the morning because I didn't know where the vacuum was. I woke up about an hour later to a scuffering sound next to my head. When I opened my eyes, I saw a worn work boot scuffing the ashes into the carpet. I looked up expecting to see my mom's friend's husband, but instead I saw an old man that I hadn't seen before. I wasn't afraid, and he didn't seem out of place. I said to the old man, "I'm sorry. I was going to clean that up in the morning." He smiled and replied, "Shh, it's all right, sweetie. Go back to sleep." I woke up in the morning to the ashes almost completely gone, like someone had scuffed them into the carpet. I asked the adults if any of them had done it, but they all said no. I kind of forgot about it for a while, but years down the road, I asked my mom's friend about the old man. She said it was probably her grandfather. He was the one who had built the house, and he adored kids. She sent me a photo of him, and surprise, surprise, it was the same man I saw. The stretch of I-80 through Nebraska at 3 a.m. isn't just dark. It's an ocean of nothing. I was fighting the white line fever when the radio, which had been dead air for 60 miles, suddenly hissed to life. It wasn't your typical static. It was a crisp, high-fidelity voice, like an old-timey radio play. The sedan's headlights cut through the fog, the narrator whispered. His voice was vibrating in my cabin. The driver slowed as a woman in a tattered sundress stepped from the tall grass, her eyes fixed on the windshield. I reached for the dial. My presets were gone. The digital display just showed 00.0. I couldn't tune it out. She walked towards the driver's door, the voice continued. But she wasn't looking at the car. She was looking at the man in the silver suit, parked just past mile marker 114. I really didn't like that I was at mile marker 114, but was happy not to be in a silver suit. I glanced at my side mirror. A shadow. An actual shadow. It was darker than the night around it, but it was peeling itself away from the side of my trailer. It didn't have a face that I could see, just this elongated silhouette that seemed to absorb the light from my running lamps. It began to walk towards my cab door. It had officially all become too much. I couldn't change the station, so I turned the radio off entirely. I threw the truck into gear, and I was out of there. I didn't look back, and I never stayed there again. I think I just saw the black dog, so please tell me I'm not crazy. I literally had to stop shaking just to type this, but I got home and I had to post. I've heard the stories for years. Everyone around here has them, about the black dog, or whatever you want to call it. I really did always think that it was local BS, something that people said to spook kids, but I think I actually just saw it. I was driving home late, just a few miles back, when this thing appeared out of nowhere. It was just there, sitting right in the middle of the road. I had to slam on my brakes so hard I thought that I'd skid out. My headlights were full on hitting it, and guys, this is not a normal dog. It was huge. It looked like a wolf, but maybe bigger. It had matted, greasy fur. I mean, it almost looked like human fur. And it was just sitting there, staring straight through the windshield at me. It didn't move or blink. Certainly wasn't afraid of my car. I've heard people say that seeing this thing is an omen, or that it's some kind of guardian, but I've honestly never been more terrified. The air in the car felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. Couldn't even bring myself to honk. I just sort of sat there frozen for 10 minutes, though it was probably 10 seconds. Until, finally, it just stood up and melted into the darkness of the shoulder. I certainly didn't wait around or go looking for it. I floored it. I'm home now. All the doors are locked, but I can't really get that image out of my head. And I can't stress enough how much this wasn't a dog. So I'm curious if anyone else has seen this thing lately. I'm kind of spiraling right now, so let me know. I was just thinking about this because of another weird experience I had, but I figured I'd share this one separately. A while back, I was driving down I-270 in Missouri, and I ended up off an exit heading toward Union. Once you get away from city lights, it's just total pitch black nothingness on both sides of the road. I was cruising along when my headlights hit something on the shoulder. It was this massive black dog, or wolf, I guess. But it was way too big to be anything normal. It was just sitting right there on the side of the highway, just watching. The thing that really struck me was the fur. It looked like stereotypical werewolf from a movie, with this long, wavy, greasy-looking hair. It didn't look like a healthy animal. The hair looked matted and heavy, almost wet. It was just sitting perfectly still in the dirt as I passed by. I've seen plenty of deer and coyotes out in the sticks, but this was different, strange. The scale of it was very wrong, and it didn't flinch when my car passed. Just stayed there in the dark. I didn't stick around to get a better look, and I definitely didn't slow down. What I find odd or interesting since then is I've heard many stories of people seeing this black dog or wolf in the road. They all describe it pretty similarly. And sure enough, none of them seem to believe it's a dog either. There's just something unnatural out there in nature. A few years ago, my family lived in an old 2-story apartment. It was one of those places that always felt a little too large at night. Every creak of the floorboard sounded like a deliberate footstep. It was getting late, the usual end-of-the-day routine. I headed upstairs to tuck my young daughter into bed, leaving my wife downstairs to handle the lockup. The nightly ritual of checking the deadbolts and killing all the lights. Our dog followed me up, leaving her alone in the quiet of the first floor. My wife stopped in the downstairs bathroom to wash her hands. The layout of that bathroom was narrow. The sink and the mirror were directly opposite of the door. If someone stood in the hallway, their reflection would be framed perfectly right behind yours. As she turned on the faucet, she saw me. In the reflection of the mirror, I was leaning against the door frame. I wasn't moving, just watching her. She said that I had this specific smirk on my face, that half smile I give when I'm trying to be playful or annoying. "Why are you being so weird?" she asked the mirror, laughing a little. She assumed I'd snuck downstairs to jump scare her. I didn't answer. She watched my reflection as her question hung in the air. Then she said the smirk didn't just fade, it collapsed. My facial expression twisted into a deep, heavy scowl. The eyes in the mirror went flat and cold, staring at her with a look of genuine, unfiltered malice. The shift was so sudden and dark that her heart dropped. "Seriously, stop," she snapped. spinning around to face me directly. The hallway was empty. There was no sound of running footsteps, and there were no floorboards groaning under the retreating weight of any. Just the sound of the faucet running in the sink. Upstairs, I was leaning over my daughter's bed, smoothing the covers, when my wife burst into the room. She didn't just walk in, she arrived with a frantic, vibrating kind of purpose. She was pale, her breath was coming in short, jagged hitches. "Why did you do that?" she demanded. Her voice was trembling. "That wasn't funny." I looked up and was totally confused. Do what? I've been up here for 10 minutes. I had to spend the next hour convincing her I hadn't moved. The realization hit her in waves. First denial, then cold, hard panic. Between the layout of the stairs and the presence of the dog, it would have been physically impossible for me to sneak down, stand in that doorway, vanish back upstairs without a sound. She knew that. But looking at my face, my real face, she realized that whatever had been smirking at her in the mirror wasn't me. It was something wearing my skin. This was the only time it happened. We didn't find a secret crawl space or discover some dark history. We just lived there for another 2 years, looking over our shoulders every time we passed that bathroom. The worst part wasn't the event itself. I guess it was the after. For months, my wife would look at me in the eye if I was standing in a doorway. If I smiled at her from across the room, I'd see her flinch sometimes. Her eyes searching mine, make sure my scowl wasn't hiding beneath the surface. I've spent a lot of time wondering what that thing was. I guess doppelganger, a mimic. But labels don't really help when you're the one lying in bed at night, wondering if the person sleeping next to you is actually your spouse or that thing in the mirror. As I said, we did eventually move into a different place. This one had a much more open floor plan, fewer dark corners, no narrow hallways. But even years later, there's still something unsettling about catching the reflection in the mirror. I don't think my wife has really ever adjusted. Some bells you just can't unring. Whatever that thing was, it got what it wanted. Took away the feeling that our home was a safe place. For years, I worked nights in a very old hospital. It had that distinct smell that older buildings usually carry, especially hospitals. Antiseptic layered over something older, something that never really goes away. The walls had been repainted countless times, but the bones of the place were from another era. Narrow hallways, heavy doors, windows that didn't quite seal in the winter. Night shift changes a building. During the day, hospitals are loud and busy. At night, they breathe differently. Monitors beep in empty rooms. Ice machines drop cubes on their own schedule. Elevator doors open to floors where no one's waiting. At first, I jumped at everything that would happen. But when you work somewhere long enough, even the strange becomes routine. Call lights would flick on in empty rooms. You'd hear footsteps behind you in a hallway that you'd just checked to be empty. Doors that required effort to close would click shut softly on their own. Most of it I learned to laugh off. You can rationalize almost anything at 3 a.m. if you try hard enough. But every so often, something would happen that didn't feel mechanical. It felt more aware. When I got a new partner, or when I was going to be off and someone was floating down to cover my shift, I would give them a quiet orientation. Not the official one, the real one. I'd tell them which hallways not to linger in if they heard someone call their name. I'd tell them not to answer the phone on the desk near the old wing if it rang after 2 a.m., because there was no active line connected to it anymore. I'd tell them that if a patient complained about someone standing at the foot of their bed, they would document it, but they wouldn't argue. Most of them laughed. They always laugh. But more than once, someone would come find me later in the shift and say, "Okay, so something just happened." They'd describe shadows moving against the light from the nurse's station, or the unmistakable feeling of someone standing directly behind them, close enough to feel body heat, only to turn around to empty air. One girl didn't laugh at all. She was new, confident, the type who rolled her eyes at ghost stories. Her second night, she went pale around midnight. She didn't say much, just that she felt like someone was following her between rooms. She could hear them, walking. She asked if we had security cameras in the older wing. We didn't. Around 3 a.m., I couldn't find her. I assumed she was helping in a room or taking a break. Instead, I found a note at the desk. Short, apologetic, said that she couldn't finish the shift. She never came back. No further explanation, just gone. That's when even I stopped laughing as much. There were nights when the air felt too thick, nights when the call lights from long unused rooms flickered on and off in slow patterns, nights when patients would pass, and for hours afterward, the hallway outside their room felt charged. You develop a kind of sixth sense in a place like that. You know you're not alone, and you know when you are. Eventually, the hospital was shut down. Budget cuts, restructuring, newer facilities built across town. I remember driving by months later, seeing heavy equipment tearing into it, walls exposed, floors ripped open, rooms that held so many final moments reduced to rubble. I felt relief. I thought maybe whatever lingered there could finally dissipate. But sometimes I wonder, when a place like that is torn down, when the walls that held all that grief and fear, hope, and death are reduced to dust, where does that energy go? Does it fade? Does it scatter? Or does it simply wait for another building to settle into and to call home? When I was younger, I lived with my parents in a house that had a loft converted into a hobby room. It wasn't anything fancy, just a quiet space with a slanted ceiling where I kept a large table for building miniature terrain and painting little models. It was something I'd spent a ridiculous amount of time on. Anyone who's into that kind of hobby knows how particular you can get about it. Tiny pieces, careful paintwork, hours of fiddling with details. So it didn't take long for me to notice that something was wrong. Every time I went up to the loft, something had moved. At first it was just small things, a few pieces out of place, a section of terrain that was turned around. Once an entire little structure that I'd built was sitting on the opposite side of the table. Naturally, I blamed my sister. She denied it immediately. Then I blamed my dad, assuming he was just being annoying, but he denied it too. What made it strange was that neither of them ever slipped up or admitted to it later. My family is the type that would absolutely keep a prank going for a while, but eventually they'd crack and laugh about it. Weeks went by, and the changes kept happening. Not every day, but often enough that I started taking pictures of the table before I went downstairs, just to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. Sure enough, things would be different the next time I went up there. One evening, I mentioned it to one of my mom's friends who was visiting. She was the kind of person who believed very strongly in the paranormal and had plenty of stories of her own. I expected her to laugh or calmly explain it to me, but instead she said, "If something's there, just talk to it." I remember laughing and saying, "You mean like out loud?" She nodded and said, "Just explain that you'd like it to stop." The idea sounded ridiculous, but it stayed with me. A couple weeks later, I had the house to myself for the evening. At some point, I went up to the loft and I noticed a small section of my setup had been rearranged again. And for whatever reason, I decided to try what she suggested. I stood there in the middle of the room, feeling completely stupid, and I started talking to the empty space. I explained how long it took for me to build everything on that table, how much time and effort I'd put into it. I even mentioned how frustrating it was to keep fixing things that had been moved. And then I said something like, "Look, I don't know if someone's actually here, but if you are, I'd really appreciate it if you'd leave my stuff alone." The second the words left my mouth, I heard something behind me. The sound of someone climbing down the loft ladder. There were no footsteps, just the unmistakable creaking sound the steps made when weight was put on them. I turned around immediately and the ladder was empty. No one there, of course. I even leaned over the opening to check the hallway below. Nothing. I went downstairs and checked the rest of the house just to make sure my sister and dad hadn't come in without me noticing. The house was still completely empty. After that, nothing in the loft was ever moved again. Not once. Now I obviously don't live there anymore, but my thoughts are that whatever was there didn't really leave. It just respected my space. My sister claims that she can still hear the creaking of those steps on that ladder. She doesn't equate it to a ghost, but I told her, if you ever feel like someone's there, talk to it. I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. It's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. I never bought anything that I believed was haunted or saw a ghost, but I did once see something appear out of thin air, and if that's not paranormal, I don't know what is. Years ago, my partner's parents managed an old pub in the UK that had a bit of a reputation locally. It was one of those places that had been around forever, with the low ceilings, uneven floors, dark wooden beams that looked like they'd been there for a couple 100 years. If you've ever been to an old pub like that, you know the atmosphere. People had stories about the place. Staff would talk about hearing footsteps upstairs when no one was staying in the rooms. Glasses shifting slightly on the bar when no one had touched them. It was all very typical. Just the kind of small things that get mentioned enough that eventually everyone assumes the building must be haunted. My partner's parents had heard it all, of course. They were practical people. Running a pub doesn't leave room for ghost hunting, they'd say. They mostly laughed off the stories, but there was one night that I was visiting that we've never been able to laugh off. It was after closing, and they were finishing up for the evening. The customers were gone, the doors were locked, and we were just doing the usual end-of-the-night routine. They were counting the till, I was wiping down the bar, making sure everything was shut off. At some point, the four of us stepped into the main room together. The lights were dimmed, but still on. And then something fell. Not from a shelf, not from a wall. It fell straight down out of the air between us. All of us watched it happen. The small framed picture dropped from about chest height and hit the wooden floor with a metallic cling. For a moment, none of us moved because we were all trying to understand what we'd just seen. There were no shelves above it, around us, no hooks, no decorations on the ceiling. After a while, it was clear it had simply appeared and dropped. My partner's dad was the one who picked it up first. It was a cheap little picture frame, and a small picture maybe the size of a tiny notebook. The frame was thin metal, slightly bent on the corner from the fall. Inside was a print of a crying girl. Not a photograph, more like one of those old sentimental prints that you sometimes see in secondhand shops. The strange part, I guess, was the material. The image wasn't printed on paper. It was on this silky fabric stretched inside the frame. Naturally, the first thing we did was try to figure out where it had come from. But of course, we came up empty-handed. I think my partner's parents were the most freaked out. They'd owned this pub for quite a long time. Lots of time for them to see the picture, but neither of them had ever seen it before. According to them, it simply didn't belong to the building. But there it was, lying on the floor like it had just fallen off a wall that didn't exist. They kept it behind the bar for a while after that, mostly because no one knew what else to do with it. Every once in a while, someone would ask about it and we'd tell the story, and the reaction was always the same. People would laugh at first. Then they'd look around the room, trying to figure out where it could have come from. And eventually they'd realize the same thing we had that night. There was nowhere for the picture to have fallen from. One thing that all four of us have always been able to agree on about that moment is that we all watched it appear before it hit the floor. We lost about 4 hours of time in 30 seconds. I'm not sure if this is considered a glitch, a time slip, or just delusion, but this is something that happened to me and my family that we can't explain. Summer 2011, in the car was me, 19, my sister, dad, and stepmom. We were on our way to a campsite. We had other family joining us. My uncle and Nan, both arriving separately, called us saying that they were setting off. Did we need anything from the shops, and to let us know their arrival time. We were over halfway there. They would be arriving about 3 hours after us. We carried on driving, switched radio stations, and went through a tunnel. When we came out, the phone was ringing again. It was my Nan, asking where we were, kind of relieved that she'd gotten a hold of us. My Nan and uncle had already arrived at the campsite. My dad said, "Oh, so you're already there? Save us a pitch then." And my Nan responded, "Where have you been? If you're still on your way." The conversation didn't make sense. My dad got frustrated and said, "What do you mean, where have we been? You just spoke to us." My Nan says, "We've been calling you because we couldn't get a hold of you." My stepmom pointed to the time on the radio. About 4 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed in 30 seconds. My dad ended the call with Nan, and for a moment we were silent. My sister said, "What's going on?" My dad said the time must have changed when we changed the radio station. Our family was playing some kind of dumb joke. Our phones showed that time had passed. Again, silence. We arrived, briefly spoke about it with family, and then ignored it. We have spoken about it maybe 2 or 3 times. My dad is either convinced that we went through a time vortex, got abducted, or were jokingly drugged by our stepmom. She's a general practitioner. My stepmom says that we must have got the time wrong, or at worst we had some shared delusion. Either way, we have no idea what happened. Growing up, every year, my family would spend our summer vacation at our cabin. The summer of my junior year of high school, I used to babysit at this rather large house. The kids were about 4 and 2. The first time I went, my sister came along to help. Walking into the house the first time gave me an uneasy feeling, but I never could quite put my finger on it. Of all the summers we'd been going to the lake, this was the first time we'd known anyone living in this particular house. As the night went on, the parents were gone from about 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Things started to get weird. My sister was sitting at the dining room table, and I had taken both of the kids to the bathroom. About a minute later, she runs up to me and the kids and swears she heard footsteps run up behind her and suddenly stop. When she turned around, she said she saw nothing and got super freaked out and ran to me. Even scarier, she said the footsteps followed her as she ran, picking up speed and almost catching up to her. I'm gonna be honest, that freaked me out quite a bit. The rest of that night, I still felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me. The next time I went to their house to babysit is when I experienced something paranormal for the first time in my life. I was playing with the kids in their playroom, and from the opposite side of the room, a toy fell out of their toy chest. Both kids were on my side of the room, and the toy chest was barely half full. We all saw it. Everyone was quiet, and I could sense the oldest becoming uneasy. I played it off, though, sharing an unprompted laugh, which made them laugh. Then I put the kids to bed and just waited for the parents to get home. It was an agonizing couple of hours. I kept expecting something to jump out at me. The next couple of times babysitting after the second time were some of the most terrifying of my life. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when I was downstairs, and both of the kids would be with me. I'd see black shadows out of the corner of my eye quite often. It got to the point where lights would turn off and on by themselves, right in front of me. I could even hear the switch click. There was one specific time that I felt one of the children run up and grab the side of my leg, but there was no child when I looked down. I completely lost it after that incident. I called my mom, crying, so she could help me get through the rest of the night. It may not sound awful to you guys, but to me, the fear had consumed my whole body. The final straw was when the 4-year-old got out of bed and started laughing at me. I asked him why he was laughing, and he just continued to laugh even harder and looked to the side of my face instead of directly at me. I had no desire to turn around, and I sent him back to bed. That was it for me. I knew something was in that house, and I never went back again. The parents were my dad's friends from work who had rented the house for that summer. After I officially quit, my dad told me about the many rumors that surrounded the house. He knew that they had gone through 4 nannies before we had even made it there. They paid very well, and that's why I kept going back initially, until it became too much. The best part about the story is after I stopped babysitting, the 4-year-old had woken up one night screaming and crying, telling his dad that he knew someone was in his closet. And when I heard about that incident, I never regretted my decision to stay the hell away from that house. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with her laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once, something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. When my daughter was 3, she asked me if she could watch a cartoon while I was busy doing something. I turned on the TV and found a channel where an episode of Dora the Explorer was playing. I was thinking that maybe she could at least learn a little Spanish as she sat mesmerized by the electronic babysitter. After a few minutes, she asked me if she could watch Scooby-Doo instead. I asked her what was wrong with watching Dora, and she told me that the characters weren't speaking Spanish the right way. Of course they are, I said. Anyway, you don't know how to speak Spanish. What she said next gave me goosebumps. I used to speak Spanish, she said. We both did. Remember that time when I was your mommy and you were my little girl? We lived in Mexico. We had chickens in the courtyard, and my name was Maria. First of all, incredibly well-spoken. Pretty freaky stuff. What made it even more freaky, we lived in Ohio at the time, so I'm not sure how the word courtyard was even in her vocabulary. Also, at age 3, how did she realize the people in Mexico speak Spanish, or that Maria would be a common name? I never really considered the possibility of reincarnation before then. I do now. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. I was married to an alcoholic who was abusive when drinking and a pussycat all other times. He'd been sober for about 1.5 years at this time. I had a 1-year-old daughter and recently had given birth to my son, an extreme preemie at 26 weeks, 1 pound, 13 ounces. He was obviously in the hospital, the NICU at a major Boston hospital. We lived 35 to 45 minutes from there, so daily visits weren't possible. I've been informed that my son had developed a very serious bacterial infection, but they hadn't been able to identify the bacteria, and so far, the antibiotics weren't working. I was told that his chances of making it were not good. I felt so helpless. I couldn't get in there to see him for another day, so I just hoped that he would hang on until then. My husband was working 2 jobs, so it left just me and our little 1-year-old. My little one went down for a nap. I knew that she'd be asleep for a couple of hours, so I decided to see what was in the attic of the double-decker we were renting. There was an old stairwell ladder hooked on the ceiling just outside of the apartment, so I brought it down and went up there. There wasn't much. A couple of old lamps, some broken furniture, and a huge chimney. When I went around the chimney, there was a tiny room with the name Richard spelled out in rope across the top of the entry. I went in and found a few children's chairs, a table, some toys, a record player, and a box with various things in it. There was a small, flat, blue box. I opened it, and inside was a tiny, miraculous medal, a swatch of hair, and a fabric name band that had handwriting that said, Baby Boy R. Some scribbles that looked like it might have been the weight, the height, and the birth date. These were all the exact same as my son's, but 50 years earlier. It kind of freaked me out, so I grabbed the box and its contents, and I went back downstairs. I didn't think about it again until that night. Baby girl is asleep. Dad is at work. I wake up. It's 2 or 3 in the morning, and I see a light shining in the kitchen. I figured I must have left the light on in the living room. So I get up and start to go through the kitchen. Just then, the baby wakes up, so I grab her before I go down to the living room. When I get to the dining room, I think the light might be from the full moon, as it isn't as bright as it seemed before. I go into the living room, and it is indeed moonlight. Sitting at the bay window seat is a man, well, a silhouette of one. I can see that his hair is almost to his shoulders, and it looks kind of gray. He's wearing a plaid flannel shirt, blue and white, and jeans. I can't see his face because his feet aren't in the moonlight. I'm not afraid, but my baby starts crying. I remember the box, and I say to him, if you're here to help us, help my baby, that's great, but you're scaring this little one. So, if you can keep helping, I'd appreciate it, but don't show yourself when the baby's around. With that, he disappeared, and so did the moonlight. It was so abrupt that I went over to the window to look for the moon. No moon and a clear sky. Just then, the phone starts ringing in the kitchen, so I go to answer it. It's the hospital. They're telling me that they found out what the bacteria was, and they were giving him 3 different antibiotics. The fever was coming down, and it looks like he'll make it. And he did. He definitely made it. I do have other experiences living in that rental, but this is the best one. Okay, so I don't usually talk about this stuff because it sounds like one of those made-up campfire stories, but this really happened, and this seems like a decent place to share it. I was 17, and my family did this cross-state road trip every summer to bond, argue over snacks, and listen to my dad snore in a tent. This one year, we were headed through Missouri. My mom found this quiet little campground online, dirt cheap, right by a lake, tucked into the woods. I won't name it, but it had maybe 4 reviews and a website that looked like it hadn't been updated since 2002. The weirdness started on the drive in. The road curved off the main highway, and then the trees just sort of swallowed us. It felt heavy, not peaceful heavy, like you're being watched heavy. We passed this rusted sign that said, Fairyland Park, closed. And I remember thinking, what the hell is Fairyland Park? Turns out this whole campground was built on top of what used to be a little amusement park from the 50s. They didn't even try to hide it. There were old archways with vines growing through them, and we passed what looked like the remains of a tilt-a-whirl, half submerged in a marshy part of the woods. I thought it was kind of cool, at first. That night, we set up our tents, made s'mores, pretty typical. Around 11 p.m., my parents went to bed. I sat out by the fire a little bit longer, and that's when I heard music. It was faint but unmistakable, old-timey carnival music. Think merry-go-round, but off somehow, slower than it should have been. I turned to look behind me, and I swear to God, I saw this little flickering light weaving between the trees. Just for a second, I saw someone walking, only they didn't look right. Their arms were awkwardly long, and they just kind of hovered more than walked. I didn't say anything the next morning. Figured I had to have been tired. Except my dad woke up with a burn on his hand, like a full-on blistered welt across his palm. He said that he must have touched the coals or something, but the fire was out cold when we went to bed. The second night, it got worse. I woke up to laughter, children's laughter, but there were no other kids at the campground. I got out of the tent. I saw lights, string lights from a festival, glowing way out in the woods. And I swear, I heard the jingling of ride chains. I heard someone whisper right next to my ear, a woman's voice. "It's almost time." I don't remember running, but I woke up in the front seat of our car, locked inside and shaking like hell. The inside of the windshield had condensation on it, like someone had been breathing against the glass. We left before sunrise. We didn't even pack everything. Later that year, I looked up Fairyland Park. I found one article. The place had burned down in the 70s, an electrical fire during a school event. Multiple kids died, some adults too. One ride operator was found, charred, still clutching the lever of a carousel. We didn't see any animals that whole trip. No birds even. Don't even know if we saw any bugs. And that was the last time that Mom was allowed to pick a place for us to camp. And I guess if you're ever on a family road trip and you see a campground that's built on an old park, keep driving. Some places aren't meant to come back to life. I did have something weird happen during a summer trip I took with some college friends. We rented this little house in a beach town. Not a touristy place, more like a locals-only kind of vibe. It was more than affordable, and the ideal place for a week of drinking, laying in the sun, and pretending that we weren't about to graduate college with zero life plans. The house was maybe 3 blocks from the water, and every night we'd walk down to the beach after dinner. There was this long wooden pier. It stretched way out into the ocean, and we'd sit at the end, smoke, talk about dumb stuff, and listen to the waves. The first time I saw him, the man on the pier, I thought he was just some old guy doing the same thing that we were. He was standing alone, maybe 15 feet away from us, back turned, looking out at the water. Long coat, hands in his pockets, didn't move. I figured he was being polite, giving us space. When we got up to leave, I glanced back and he was still there. The next night, same thing. This time he was already on the pier when we arrived. Same spot, same posture, just standing like a statue. Nobody else mentioned him, so I didn't either. Maybe I didn't want to sound paranoid, but something about the way he stood there. It was off, different, like he wasn't looking at the water, more like he was waiting for something in it. By the third night, I was now watching for him. We got to the pier just after sundown, and sure enough, there he was. Same distance from us, same coat, even though it was easily 80 degrees. My buddy Joel cracked a joke about creepy sea ghosts, and the others were laughing. But when I said, like that guy down there, they all looked at me like I'd grown another head. "There's nobody down there," one of them said. "Are you good?" I walked a little closer to prove it, got maybe 6 feet away before something just shifted. The air got heavy, my ears popped. I swear I smelled salt or something like copper, blood maybe. I blinked, and he was gone. Just gone. I was completely convinced that I had seen a ghost. None of my friends wanted anything to do with what I was saying, but the next day, I asked the guy running the bait shop if there were any local legends about someone dying on the pier. I figured maybe there was a fisherman who drowned or something. He got quiet. He just said, "Some folks say they see things out there, if that's what you're talking about, when the tide's just right. I wouldn't go looking for them, though. Not if I were you." That night, I stayed behind while the others went to the beach. I couldn't explain why, but I had this awful feeling, like if I went back out there, something would see me back. I never got any confirmation of old history or local legends, but the fact that others had seen stuff out there, that was kind of enough for me. I told my friends about the conversation, but no one seemed to believe me or care. But I know what I saw. Maybe 10 years ago, give or take, I was 22, freshly out of college, and still in that phase where all of your friends think that renting a giant cabin in the middle of nowhere is a good idea. There were 8 of us total, some from high school, some from college, all trying to pretend like we hadn't grown apart yet. We split the cost of this weird but cheap rental. It was in the Catskills. It looked rustic in the listing photos, but had enough beds, a fire pit, a hot tub. We figured it was perfect. There was a door in the hallway that was padlocked shut. I'm talking big industrial-style lock, and a do not open sign duct taped to it. The listing hadn't mentioned a basement at all. When we asked the rental manager, she said that it was for storage, and that it must stay closed. Okay, fine. Creepy, but whatever. First night, we partied like idiots. Loud music, drinking games, the usual. But in the middle of the first night, we heard banging. Not like someone knocking, like someone slamming their body against a wall. Deep, rhythmic thuds coming from the hallway. We checked the whole house, didn't find anything. My friend Justin made a joke about something trying to get out of the basement, but his laugh was kind of shaky. Everyone else pretended not to notice. And then the next night, it got colder, like unnaturally cold. We were wearing our jackets inside. The thermostat was set to 73, but the place felt like a meat locker. We blamed the draft until we saw our breath starting to fog in the hallway, right in front of that door. And that's when the whispering started. I wasn't the first one to hear it, but my friend Melanie said that she'd woken up to the sound of someone talking through the floorboards. A woman's voice, muffled but close, repeating something. Said it sounded like, "Let me finish it." We all brushed it off. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe the place had rats. We joked about haunted basements and passed the bottle around. But on the third night, someone unlocked the door. We don't know who. The padlock was on the floor, open. No one admitted to touching it. I was sure that we didn't even have the key. The basement was pitch black. No light switch that we could find. Just stairs going down into total dark. And this awful, rotten smell. Like dirt and iron and mold, all mixed together. We should have closed the door or walked away. But Justin, of course, he had to go down there. Said that he was going to prove there was nothing. He went down there with a flashlight and disappeared for maybe 3 minutes. Came back, pale, sweaty, not saying a word. Wouldn't tell us what he saw. Wouldn't answer questions. Just sat outside and chain smoked in the cold. After that, it seemed like things got worse. He stopped sleeping, started muttering to himself in a voice that didn't sound like his. We found him in the kitchen one morning with a fork in his hand, carving something into the table. He didn't even realize he was doing it. The rest of us, we left that night. Didn't even finish out the weekend. But Justin, he wouldn't come with us. He insisted that he was fine. He was borderline obsessed with that basement. Said that he had work to do. For a while after that, he ghosted all of us. Didn't answer texts, calls, nothing. It was like he dropped off the planet. At first we were trying to get in touch with him regarding damage charges, but then we were just genuinely worried. Some of us were able to confirm that he was alive, but I guess just not talking to us. We told ourselves that he was going through something, that he needed space. A few weeks later, he came back, showed up in our group chat like nothing had happened, dropping memes, making plans. When we finally got him on the phone, he said that he wasn't sure what was going on during that time. Said things had gotten foggy, that he hadn't felt like himself. I feel better now, he told me. It's weird. I don't even remember what I saw down there, or why I stayed. I didn't press him. No one did, really. It was easier not to. We don't really talk about that trip anymore. Not as a group. I mean, only a few of us stay in touch anyway. But there's this quiet agreement that whatever happened in that house, we just leave it alone. I was 13 years old. I'd been attacked in a school playground by a vicious Doberman, let loose by some stupid kids. The dog tore a hole in my hamstring and tendon, so my dad decided that we should go to the ER. As we arrive, we can hear some kind of two-way radio with a voice saying there was a bad accident and 2 people were coming into the ER. I was taken back and told to lay prone on the exam table. The staff were scurrying around, preparing for the arrivals. The doctor came over, injected me with a numbing agent, and started to stitch my torn hamstring together. Suddenly, with a bang, the ER doors fly open, and I can see one person being transferred and wheeled into a space next to me. The doctor made his apologies and ran over to help him. I couldn't make out the gender because of the amount of blood. Wasn't even sure there was a head. I couldn't even tell where the head was supposed to be. For the next 30 minutes, they worked on this poor soul, with CPR, trying to shock him to life. The curtain was not pulled across, and I witnessed the whole gruesome mess. I could smell burning flesh. After some time, I heard the eerie tone of a flatline, just like in the movies. Mind you, I'm 13, but my mom was a nurse. I'd seen quite a bit for a kid. Still, I was horrified. There was a fresh, dead person next to me. The doctor and nurses received the next patient and worked on them with success in the space to my right. I think they lived. With a sigh, he returned to me and noticed that I could see everything, including the dead body just feet away from me. Oh, geez. He pulled the curtain across to block the view. Is that guy dead? I asked. Yep, damn it he is. He didn't wear a seatbelt, and this is what happens. After pulling his bloody gown and gloves off, he slowly washed his hands in silence, walked over to me. At least I can fix you. My dad asked how it went in the ER, and I told him I just wanted to go home. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kind of scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. Many years ago, I had a job cleaning floors overnight on the graveyard shift once the business closed. The owner of the cleaning service had contracts with the stores like Kmart, True Value Hardware, and a few other retail and department stores. Normally, it was just 2 or 3 guys to a store, depending on the size of the store. True Value, for example, was small, so there'd only be 2 guys assigned. There was a running joke about how scary it is to be locked inside the store, all alone at night, and you don't want to ever experience it. People really seemed to feel this way about the Kmart. I would hear stories of people hearing voices or jokes about it, but I never thought much more about it. Every time I reported to where I was assigned, there was always another guy or 2 there. There were never any issues for me. Well, one night when I reported to where I was assigned, the Kmart, I was told the other two guys had called out, so I'd be on my own. I wasn't a bit scared at all. I didn't really think about it. That was until about 10 p.m., when all the Kmart employees had left and the last car rolled out of the parking lot. And so I was locked in the store, alone. I soon realized what everyone meant about how scary it is to be locked in a store this big, alone, overnight. I immediately started hearing noises. I for sure tried to brush it off, but I swear that sometimes it sounded like actual voices. Things like, "Hey," or "Yo." I realized every little noise was causing me alarm. What was that? Who's there? Hello? The entire night you think or you feel like someone's there. I called out hello several times even though I was sure I was alone. The worst part was going into the dark warehouse for supplies. Dead silence. But then you hear a noise. I went to the hardware section at around midnight, and I stuck a hammer in my back pocket for protection. I was convinced that someone was in the store with me this time. By 2 a.m., I was in the sporting goods to grab a baseball bat. I never had to use these things, but I sure felt good carrying them around. It was a huge store, only me inside, and I was locked in. Dead silence. I remember constantly checking the parking lot just to see if someone had arrived or something. The noises going constantly, especially the ones that sounded like voices. They made my imagination start running wild. I was never so happy to see the sun come up and get the hell out of there. I for sure think everyone is on to something. That Kmart was haunted. I can't say the same for True Value, though. That place was pretty boring, and definitely not haunted. I was on patrol behind a strip mall when a call came over about someone being attacked in the front parking lot of a bar in front of that very mall. I drove around to the front in seconds, knowing that backup was minutes away. As I pulled up, one man had a long iron pole in his hands. It was raised up as if he was ready to strike another man on the ground with it. The other was looking up at him with his hands up, apparently defensively. This was before tasers, and there was a huge crowd surrounding this tableau. So, even though this looked like a deadly force situation, I decided not to draw my gun. I literally walked right up to them, and using my voice of command, I told them to drop the pole. The man holding the pole started to say something, but I told him again in a tone of voice that could not be mistaken or argued with, that he needed to drop it. And he dropped it. I kicked the pole out of reach, under a car, and stood myself directly between these two men when just moments ago it appeared that one was ready to kill the other. I told both of them to say nothing and to stay still until the other officers began to arrive. From a purely tactical standpoint, it was probably the stupidest move I ever made. I knew nothing about these two men, or why they appeared to be ready to kill each other. I had no idea who in the crowd was on which side, if either, and here I was standing arm's length from both of them, dominating and controlling a potential deadly force situation, with nothing more than a fearless officer presence. As it turned out, I'd done exactly the right thing. Although I would have been justified in shooting the man with the pole if I could have done so without putting anyone else in the crowd at risk, what was discovered after interviewing the two men and witnesses in the crowd, the man holding the pole was the bar's bouncer. The man on the ground had been kicked out of the bar earlier and was not happy about it. He tore down a street sign for the iron pole that he'd been holding up, and he waited to ambush the bouncer with it at closing time. As it happened, the bouncer had just managed to grab and pull the pole away from the man, pulled it away with enough force that it was over his head at the moment I arrived. The man on the ground, of course, had his hands raised as the pole had just been pulled out of them by the bouncer. If I'd used my gun, I would have shot the bouncer, who was defending himself from the attacker. I'd arrived at just the right moment, when everything appeared exactly the opposite. I took command of a potentially deadly situation, with no backup and without using a weapon, and as a result, wound up not shooting the wrong person. This is the most memorable moment of my career. This is the reality of police work. Split-second life or death decisions made with minimal information and putting ourselves in imminent danger to minimize the risk to onlookers and others on the scene. This was good police work.